This is episode 3. The date is November 16th, 0087. Clyde,
Yes.
I'd like you to roll me a 2d6. And I'd like you to do the same.
Wait, who did you say you also wanted a 2d6?
Anne and Clyde.
Oh, Anne. Okay.
I got a 7.
All right, where's the 4? I rolled a 4 on that 2d6, just like 4 Murasame.
Just like one of your
roll.
Japanese animes.
Just like one of the other Cybernean type of Kilimanjaro, who's...
What did you roll, Mike?
7. And you mean Mark?
Mark. New people, because I'm
You
used to calling you
invented a
Clyde.
guy.
Used to calling you Clyde. Also, we can't hear that, Vinny.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was opening a thingy that had my dice in it. It's over. The opening is over.
So, bring you back up to volume then, and Vinny.
I'm sorry.
Tenchi,
Yeah.
you're in Senegal. It's hot outside. You're in the desert. And you're loitering around. There's some sort of big operation. You didn't listen to the briefing very well. But what you do know is you're getting a training run on the Nemos that you got yesterday. And not in The Sims. You are out here with a 90mm machine gun full of paint rounds. Real deal. You're in a one-on-one scenario with Clyde. Since you rolled first on luck, you see him. You bumped into him in this desert. How do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do now that you've spotted him?
Take careful aim and then light him up with paint rounds. Using the advantage of having not delaying too long, but still using the advantage of being the first to sight him to get off the first hit.
I would like you, Anne, to make me a tact firearms systems at a +2. Clyde, it is hot as balls out here. I'd like you to make me keen awareness systems.
Alright. Alright, so that's a 12 threshold. Let's see what I get.
That's a fail, I think.
Alright, I got an 8, so 5 successes.
5 successes. What did you get, Anne?
Fail.
By how much?
See, 4, 2, 6, 12. Result of 12, threshold of 10. That is a failure by 2, I think.
Make sure to
Wait,
mark
no.
that.
With the +2, it's 1 success.
Okay, then. Clyde, you see a glint off on one of the sand dunes. You step to the side as around burst of 10, 90 mils passes and hits into the sand behind you. What do you do?
I'm probably gonna move and use my thrusters a good bit to stir up some sand to make a bit of a wall, and then I'm gonna do a little hop up over the sand and fire after I've kicked up enough dust.
Alrighty then, please make me a poise, slight, mobility.
Alright, so threshold of 10. Two ones and a 3, 5.
Wait,
So
two ones?
6. 2 ones and a 3.
You know, because you got 2 1s and you can't gain any awakening points, that would increase the amount of narrative points we usually get. Would anyone like to roll narrative points now?
Yeah, I can do that. I got out a whole D10 and everything, but what do I need to roll now?
It's a D10 because we
Oh, okay.
ostensibly have 10 players.
Oh, that was for
5
my other
points.
game. Sorry. Okay, I got a 6.
You have 7 narrative points. Congratulations for this episode. So,
That's
Clyde, you said 2. How many successes is that?
5.
5 successes. And I'd like you to make me a move check.
Actually, that's 6 successes. My bad.
6 successes.
All right.
Clyde?
Did you say something?
Yeah, move check, please.
Ah, okay.
That is a success by 4.
I actually didn't ask for you, Anne. As,
Huh?
I thought you said Anne earlier.
I
Asked for the
did,
roll.
but that was for the firing. I'm about to get to her.
Okay.
Now, I heard Anne make a move check. I thought.
Well, I meant to say Clyde.
Yeah, I think you got us. Yeah, I think you got us confused. That's why I didn't. I got 2 successes.
I guess Anne spins in place, and it's pretty good.
What, like it's Votom's?
Yeah, she votoms it. It's a very well animated scene and everything.
You just have like the highest budget Tomino cutaway of our whole show today. Blew the animation budget real early.
So, Anne, Clyde is about to charge you. What do you want to do as a reaction?
Is this a beam saber out type of charge?
No, from what was implied to me, he is currently trying to move, and in the confusion of his forward movement, blast you away with his gun.
Let's see. I'll have her attempt to rapidly sidestep whatever he's trying to blast her with. I mean, it's going to be the paint rounds. But that's all we have. And then, did we bring practice beam sabers?
Yeah, you have one on you.
Alright, and then swipe with the practice beam saber while he passes by after he hopefully misses.
Understood. Please make me a move check at you're a new type. What's your precognition again? Because you're a new type.
2.
And you have sharp reactions, right?
Yep, I think.
Please make this this move check of yours, this dodge, at a -4. Clyde, please make me a poise, firearms, systems, -1.
You want. Let's see.
because and what you see in front of you is this big cloud of dust as the Nemo you're fighting moves over, and it's suddenly like this dust storm's rising, and then out of it comes Clyde's Nemo, and he's coming in close, and because he rolled 6 successes on his distraction, it is giving you a negative modifier. Just partially counteracted.
Even with that negative modifier, I still get I still get 2.
2 successes?
Yep, 2 successes.
I got 2 1s and a 5 for 7, so 6 successes.
That's another narrative entry. You said 2 successes, or what was that again?
6 successes.
6 successes. And you fire a few rounds up in the air. A few fly past Clyde. The mobile suit shakes as a few of them land square on your shield, quite uselessly. And you're now on top of Anne. Please make me a shoot check, a snapshot, if you would, at a +1.
All right, so threshold of 13. All right, 2 3s and a 1, 7. So 7 successes.
7 successes. And, just to keep this section a tad short, Clyde, you land right in front of Anne. You raise the machine gun, and you just pull the trigger as you just lay into her, and you shake in the cockpit as both of your legs and your right shoulder and arm are like smacked by about 15 rounds, covering it in orange paint.
Cue the unpleasant alert body damage noise from air combat. Well, it's mock body damage, but I'm assuming it still registers.
I'm just thinking about there's just a mobile suit out there whose role is purely just to be the referee in this. Just a doodah up in the air.
I was thinking of a mobile suit standing in the distance, and then someone standing on the hand with binoculars and a radio.
No, but you see, I was thinking of a mobile suit with mobile suit sized binoculars and then mobile suit sized referee flags and cards.
The thing is, that only works
Just a
in
sniper
Pat
scope.
Labor.
Yeah. It doesn't really quite go with the tone.
I guess Clyde's gonna stow his 90mm machine gun and offer a hand to Anne's mobile suit.
Yeah, and
Nemo takes it.
anything to say with one another?
I guess I'll turn on comm, say, nice work. You still need a little we probably still need a little more training, considering how they acted when they were given the intel. I didn't even answer, but judging by the reaction, I'd say it's real, and we're about to encounter some trouble.
Yeah, it was go mine. It was the ground type Zeku in the intel, right?
The Grund Zeku, because of course it's German.
Ground type Zeku. Yeah, Grund Zeku. And it says, yeah, I don't even know what a regular Zeku is.
Never heard of it either.
Then
So, I'm wondering.
Is this Clyde or?
I was gonna do
is this Clyde?
This is Clyde. This is Clyde.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
I was wondering what it was. what it's like to be a cyber new type. I don't really know much about a new type other than they can like read minds or something. Could you read my mind? Because I was trying to think as little as possible. I don't know if that helped me or not.
And no, I can't read minds. I just dodge good and sense good.
Huh. All right.
Actually, Anne, please, I'd like you to roll me a charm and expression right about now.
That's a 3 and a 1. Threshold 4. That is a failure.
By how much?
A failure by 2.
Clyde, Anne's explanation doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I kind of didn't expect it too much.
Like, what does that even
Clyde's
mean?
got no idea what's going on. Yeah.
Then both of you hear over your radios. Captain Buser says, "So how are the gyms holding up?" Sorry, Nemo's. Too much money or war?
Well, they're
Pretty good.
Yeah, they're faster than Jim's, and they're faster than Isaac's.
Who the heck's funding these anyway? I figured we'd be running around and salvage 1 year war garbage, but we're getting new mobile suits.
Your Captain Buser cough says, that's above the pay grade of mere captain."
I didn't expect a proper answer anyway.
I heard we have secret backers, but I heard that when I was in the Titans, so I'm not sure how true it is.
Well, don't know who's paying for them, so I guess they are secret backers. Let's head back in.
I heard it. I don't think this is true, but I heard it was Shar.
What would
Hold
Shar
on,
be
I'm
doing
coming
with
up with.
us?
Hold on. I'm coming up with some whack conspiracy theory that somebody would have been spreading around the Titans.
It's actually Giran. He's still alive. They've got his head in a tank and he's giving them orders.
I heard it was Shar administering the remaining financial resources of his dead lover Garmazabi's faction.
It's that Xeon Gold.
Didn't he hate the zombie's guts? This Clyde's
That's
like
not
only response.
that's not widely known information.
I think it is. I think
Not at this
Camille talks
point.
about it. Okay.
That's just a rumor. That's not a confirmed fact at this point.
Yeah,
I don't really know how he'd pay for all this.
Well, then Captain Buser says, "Well, there's elements within the EFF that don't like the Titans. Maybe they're handing out free mobile suits."
Maybe Anaheim. I like to deal under the table. Maybe it's Anaheim, Xeon, and Federation all
All at
secretly
once.
funding all at once without each other knowing. That'd be funny. They work well. Don't really matter that much to me for now.
So the two of you walk back in because you did some sim training. Would either you may do one of two things? You may ask to improve a combat skill, or you may regain D2 mind health with an additional +1.
Let's try improving firearms.
Can I do slight?
Sure, that would
Since I
work.
pulled up.
Yeah, that would work. What do you need to improve your sleight, Clyde?
It's currently at a 2.
Okay then. And you said you wanted to improve your firearms?
It is currently at a 4.
Alrighty then, roll a single d6 against that number. For the folks at home who, because this is so early into the campaign, when you roll a fail to improve, it's the skill itself against a d6, and you need to fail the check to improve the skill. So since Clyde only has a 2 and a slight, you need to roll 3 or higher to improve the skill. So as you get higher up in a skill, it becomes harder to improve.
I rolled a 1.
No
So no
improvement.
improvement.
No improvement.
No improvement.
And you, Clyde?
I rolled a 2, sadly.
Also no improvement. You can spend narrative points on that if you really, really want.
Oh, sure. I'll use one of the ones I generated. Sure.
Do you mean the 2 you
Yeah, you
generated?
gave us like 2
Yeah,
whole bonus
the 2.
ones.
Down to 7
Rolled a
narrative
6.
points. There you go. And you want to give it a go, or
Yeah, you can use one of my narrative points I generated. Yeah.
Give what a go?
you can re-roll this.
Sure, let's re-roll it.
I'm expecting that good old-fashioned narrative point function of make something bad happen is gonna
That is a 2, so no improvement.
And you can't re-roll a re-roll, so. So the two of you walk back to the hangar. Patch,
Yes.
you're in the hangar. What are you doing currently? There's people walking about. You see Captain Buser looking through a TV contraption with like a joystick next to him. What you are told is some kind of drone, as he's was observing their mock battle. And the mechanics in the Audumla are you're currently on the ground.
Okay.
And you're sort of preparing for some sort of special operation. You don't know the full details, but what you do know is you need to go north of Dakar, and don't let any Titans get to Dakar. That's all you know.
Gotcha. So that being said, I just got issued this new mobile suit, right?
Yeah, you've had a day to mess around with it.
Okay. So I'm probably in the cockpit. I haven't like taken it out for any official training or anything, but I'm just kind of like, going through all the systems, trying to familiarize myself with it. I've gone through quite a few new mobile suits lately, so it's not as much of a shock, and but it's still I don't want to be caught in the middle of combat not knowing what buttons do. That wouldn't be good. And I'm also like transferring over everything that I had in the cockpit of my GM to decorate this cockpit. So that being like, um, a couple of photos, both like that I've taken of like different places that I've been, or like interesting like possible like wildlife or natural features that I've seen, or also like some photos of me and Charles and Furine. Um, I put those sort of towards the back of the cockpit because those are a bit awkward to explain if anybody knows exactly who those people are.
I'm gonna roll
It's
for
a bit
luck
of an
right
awkward
now.
conversation
Gonna roll for
that
luck.
nobody wants to have.
Gonna roll for luck.
Okay, is that 1d6?
No, I roll for luck. Oh, that's
Oh,
bad for
you're
you.
rolling for
Yeah,
luck.
you are.
Oh,
So the only photos
cruel.
you have with the three of you are all wearing your Titans uniforms. So
Yeah, that's what I thought. So like I'm taking that out of my little bag, and there's like a moment of like, oh, my family, and then oh right,
yeah.
of all the pictures I could have grabbed, okay, this
Well,
kind of
they
goes
were
in the
the
back a
only
little
one in
bit.
your cockpit, so
Exactly, at least I have something.
it's a lot more than a lot of people could say.
Yeah. Um, I'm imagining like covering them up with like shittily drawn AEUG uniforms on like a piece of paper.
Just take that
I'm
shit
joking.
on.
I'm not actually gonna do that, but like, it's
Just fold
fine.
the photo.
Everybody's fine. Yeah. Um,
You
so that's
recolor
what I'm
it.
doing. And I've kind of been like sort of absentmindedly watching the captain mess around with the drone and like following sort of the chatter about the training mission. And when they come back in, he just kind of like looks out of the cockpit, but doesn't like call out to them or anything. Just heard the door open, but he's still getting accustomed to his mobile suit.
I see, I see, I see. So, it's been some time since last episode. Is there anything you've done in the preceding? Let me check exactly how many days that is. Over 2 weeks. It's been 15 days since the last episode. Half a month.
Oh, okay. I think like the only thing I would specifically say he's done is probably I think like tried to do whatever he could to make the mechanics and the other sort of staff of the hangar possibly less suspicious or not hate me. Because I'd imagine they probably don't have the highest opinion. So like, trying to do like whatever little favors I can to help them out, or just to help things run a bit smoother. Also, if I could have at any point in time found like a map of the local area, um, because I think cartography is pretty neat. Um, both just out of my own interest and also catching little pieces of information about deployments and movements. Maybe I've been sort of like taking notes to self on like a little map to try and piece together the bigger picture of what's going on, even if nobody's like directly answering any of my questions.
I'm free.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah,
Very
pancakes
hot in the guys' office.
at work, like always. Of course, of course, of course.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, it's just like,
Jorge didn't,
it's like that's
Jorge
why
didn't call out.
Pancake's been present. So,
Yeah. Because I'd imagine Patch probably is hesitant to ask too many questions because there's probably still some people around who think he might be here to gather information. Um, so he's just trying to figure shit out.
alrighty. So, Patch, and Clyde.
Yeah.
If you were to look out on the hangar floor, you would see, Lance and Kolos reading a book together at a table they set up. Occasionally, Lance will ask Kolos a question, but it's mostly Lance quite literally doing his homework. Patch, Clyde, because I don't think Anne would particularly care. Please roll me keen academics.
Okay. Ow. Starting off the hurting myself real early. Okay.
Ooh. One success. I'm a little surprised.
Sorry, I don't know why that
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened. Did it pick that up? It
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
hit my fucking coffee mug. Okay, well that was a bell ringing for 2 successes, I guess.
Ooh, we got sound effects in here. You both have heard that
Yeah.
about that homework. It's quite literal homework. Lieutenant Commander Hunt gave Lance, a grown-ass man, homework. And by what you can see, he's kind of struggling with it.
What subject is it?
Mostly political. It's a lot of newspapers or like a history book.
I see.
Okay, so
Gotcha.
Duos can help him with that.
Kolos is currently helping with him because he asked him to.
And also because Perry isn't here yet.
Yeah, that would also pose something of a problem. Patch, I assume, simple turn on the camera. Well, we'll see Anne walk in. Her mobile suit is covered in orange.
So yeah, then it's probably pretty easy to deduce who just won that little bout of mock combat there. And if anything, he doesn't say it out loud because he's aware that it's a kind of rude thing to think, but he is, I think, like, possibly a little, I guess, underwhelmed because he heard that cyber new types were supposed to be these, like, incredible, like mass produced fighting aces kind of thing, which does not appear to be the case. Um, he
Duos
doesn't really know
appears
much
right
about.
behind Pat.
Oh God.
Nothing can replicate human evolution, Patch.
Uh, uh, yeah, I guess so.
Man makes a face.
Anne is currently not at this conversation.
Ah, good.
You can just
I
feel it,
mean, the
though.
idea of
You sneeze in your cockpit.
someone's talking shit.
She's talking shit and she makes a face and then cut back.
The idea of artificially enhancing humans never really sat that right with me. I mean, it's not her fault, obviously. I don't think she chose that, but
It's especially gruesome if you see how the sausage is made.
he just kind of shivers a little. Yeah, I think I'll opt out of that one. It's like they want just one specific facet of new type ability. I mean, I'm no expert, but all those combat functionality, I can't imagine it could really exist in much stability without the other sort of contributing factors of what makes someone a new type, I guess.
Well, being a new type is both a blessing and a curse.
That tracks with what I've heard.
You feel connected to everything and yet so small. You can guess the enemy's movements before they can, feel their emotions, use that to your advantage. But then when you get them in lock, get the shot off, you can feel their fear, their last feelings before they're gone.
When you describe it like that, I kind of hope I'm not a new type.
Speaking
I
of
don't know. I just
that,
always thought, oh,
oh, well, you can
yeah.
keep going. I just thought it was a good spot
Oh,
to
okay.
stop. It's a dramatic spot to stop.
Okay. I had one more little dramatic bit and then we can stop.
But the thing is,
I was just gonna have him
knowing you
say,
two, I'm sure you could keep that up for like a good 30 minutes.
yeah, we can fucking melodrama it up here. No, so he's just kind of like, though, I always thought the idea of being able to reach out to somebody, just connect with their mind and achieve some kind of instant understanding. I always thought that maybe if I could do something like that, I could. It's kind of obvious what he wants to say that he's not saying, but he just kind of like glances over to the picture in his cockpit. He's like, I don't know, maybe I could make people understand.
Clyde.
Baharo rolls over and nudges your boot. Oh, and then we can cut it there.
Clyde. Speaking of new types, you know what you've heard on the scuttlebutt as well?
What?
There is a new type in your unit, and he's talking with Lands.
Clyde's probably gonna stride over, take a little peek at Lands' homework, and then maybe try and subtly get his Colossus' attention.
Lands. Please roll me keen politics right now.
This is not going to be a good one, I imagine. So
No.
politics 0, keen 3. That is actually really
Ouch.
close. That was a 4. That was like actually the best he could have done, almost. Like
So close. You're looking at some guy named Marcinus, but you just don't get it.
who
Kolos
is
is,
this guy?
Kolos, who you asked to help assist you with your homework, scoots over, stops his reading his own book, and says, "Oh, that's Prime Minister Marcinus, first Federation Prime Minister, like assassinated about as soon as he was inaugurated back in UC 100, UC 1."
That certainly set the tone, huh?
Well, you could say that.
Well, so it sets the tone for rule by the knife, right?
Kolos gets a contemplative look. I'm not so sure about that.
How come? Look at what we're doing right now. Aren't we settling political matters with knives drawn?
Well, that's the duties of soldiers. At least that's what they say. But you do have to remember, before the war, there was a good 50 years where most disputes were solved through talking.
About the counterinsurgency campaigns in Africa, Hun always tells me about, or didn't we have like weren't there like squads of guys in ski masks killing activists in space or something like that?
Yeah, but that was in the late 50s. But like UC1 until like UC50, most of that action was limited in scope and ultimately de-escalated a lot of the fighting.
Well, I mean, I guess you could say that, but it's a little weird to start it at 1 when it opens up with a guy and everyone on board a space station getting assassinated. I doubt that conflict de-escalated. I'm sure it just waited somewhere else, right?
Well, like the entire formation of the Federation itself was an act of pacifism, I suppose you could call it that.
Didn't take long for the pacifists to make a military, though.
Well, look at it like this. It took what? 3 generations before there was another major war, so I guess the Feds got that going for them.
I guess so. Pretty boring times, it sounds like, to be honest. Glad I was born when I was.
Just in time for a war.
Or just this, the mobile suits. Makes it all understandable again.
This feels like
Clyde. Then Sergeant Kolos turns to you. Comrade Lieutenant, do you need something?
Hey, Clyde.
Hey, how's the homework coming?
It's kind of boring, but Hunt says so it goes.
Fair enough. Coach, I wanted to ask you, so they say you're a new type, right? Is that true?
I'm known to call myself that, yes.
What's that like?
Mostly a depressing matter of being very frustrated by zombyists.
Hmm.
Why?
It's all right, Clyde. He doesn't have any of the mind powers.
No special tingles in the back of your skull?
He's just kind of a dude.
Sadly, my only special abilities is to fight without hatred, I guess. Sir.
Well, I fight without hatred. Doesn't that make me a new type?
I suppose. Although I'm not sure how much of a new man you are.
Lance kind of scratches his chin and goes, "Well, if you think of it like this, what are the qualifications, right? Fighting without hatred, 1. Got that down. What else? Hit me, Carlos. Let's go. Let's go. Pop quiz. I'm bored of this." And he pushes the sheet of paper away.
He coughs into his fist. Well, sir, Being a new type is about a fundamentally more empathetic way of viewing the world. It is a
Yeah, I love people.
new mentality, involving with empathy as our primary way of empathy and greater understanding is our primary way of solving conflict.
Yeah, I got that.
I would disagree, sir.
I understand who I fight perfectly. That's why I befriend them. Hey, I even turn my enemies into friends. Isn't that new type 101?
Yes, but
Oh, is this an appropriate time?
you can just walk in.
Yeah, like me.
Like not saying anything.
I got called a new woman back at the lab.
Where does the good pilot part come in, Kolos? I didn't hear. That's all I hear about is they're really good pilots most of the time.
I got that too.
Actually, that has nothing to do with it, really.
Yeah, it sounds like Lance is a new type.
Duos chimes in. The good pilot is just a side effect of being a new type. Being able to understand someone on a deeper level also means understand what they're doing and what they're going to do.
Yeah, I get that. When I'm fighting someone, I know exactly what they're gonna do.
There are two types of new types: philosophical and, well, I guess, espers. I wouldn't use the term actual new types, but there's the philosophical new type that. What is his name again, Gomai?
Sergeant Kolos.
Sergeant Coles. And
Could you say that again? You're
I
cutting out.
guess the espers. Colos. And then there are the espers.
Clyde, I
You
think they
can be
got him.
both.
We just see Duos like glitching out like it's Bochi the Rock.
I like to imagine what happens is it's that thing where like a character's going on a lecture in an anime, but then everyone else like turns away from the lecture, kind of, and that's what the cutting at is. Like,
Yeah, it cuts to land, and it's just like a little chibi of
Hello.
Duos in like that part from G-Quicks just going wah wah wah.
yeah,
Yellow.
welcome back.
Hello.
Hi.
Am I
Yeah, not a
coming
single
through
word
now?
of what you said came through. Like,
The only thing I
Great,
recognized
okay.
was the word Colo, not Colos, Colo.
Colo.
I heard
Let me
Sergeant.
try that again. Let me try that again. There are philosophical new types, like Sergeant Polos, and then there are, well, say, espers, like myself. You can be both, or you can be one or the other.
Well, you're
Just
not a
like-
philosophical new type. You're just a Esper, right?
I'd like to consider myself both, but given my current situation, I do find it hard to be a philosophical new type nowadays.
I don't really think you could call yourself both when your nickname on camp is Kill 'em all Dolia, right, Clyde?
Yeah, you're one. Yeah,
I don't.
yeah.
I don't remember ever giving myself that nickname or being called that.
Well, you should pay more attention to the gossip. Ask Clyde; he hears everything.
Not exactly.
Do
But the
look
but the being an ace and what 20 mobile suit victories? I could hear someone saying that.
dual side reason for fighting. Some are just more personal than others.
Uh-huh.
We've all got good reasons to fight.
Well, Clyde, what do you think? Do I qualify as a new type? And lands like turns in his stool. He's got like a little plastic stool he was pulling up to do the work that he's now like kind of rolled himself on.
Well, your new type of something, boss. You got a weird way of looking at the world. I don't know if it qualifies as new type. in the
I'd like to say,
philosophical sense.
if we're talking philosophy, I'd say I'm the new type for this era deserves.
I don't know about the philosophical side, but you do move like you're psychic sometimes.
Well, I don't have any
I'll
brain
be right
powers.
back
Those
out
would
of
be
ballet.
if I had those, it would be way more boring fighting people.
How
Duos,
so?
Duos, when did you recognize that you had these like Esper powers? Was it like instant, or did you not even notice them for a while?
It was a Dakar. I thought I was going crazy for a while.
Yeah, I thought I was going crazy too.
Well, we're all a little crazy.
Kolos
Jonas,
raises an eyebrow.
Oh, but they did tell me it would happen.
Duos kind of gives a side eye to Anne. He's thinking obviously the cyber new type would be going crazy, but I'm different.
Actually, Anne, please roll me keen empathy telepathy.
Let's see, that's a 5, a 6, and a 7. That is a amazingly terrible threshold of 7.
On a 2d6?
Yep, on a 2d6, and the roll result is 4. She actually pulls this off, apparently.
You could feel that.
Anne looks at Duos suspiciously. Oh, and uh, and Anne looks at Duos suspiciously. She gives him a look.
Duos does not care.
You were just thinking I'm crazy just now, weren't you?
Perhaps.
Now do
Wasn't part of
us.
the whole new type deal, getting along and understanding each other? You two don't seem to do that very well.
He's
Yeah.
got you both there, dead to rights. Ah.
Yeah, because he thinks he's better than me.
I don't think I'm better than you. I just think the processes you went through are an abomination and should never be replicated and should have never be tried in the first place.
How am I
I
supposed
mean, and if I may defend your honor for a second,
Yeah.
Duos, wouldn't you say that the conditions that created you were also monstrous since you became an Esper during war? You were both forged on a shit brick, after all.
You got me there, but keep in mind, war has always been with humanity. It is our oldest trade, and we are its oldest practitioner.
I'm pretty sure our oldest trade was hunter-gatherer, according to Hunt.
What, not
I don't
You need to
prostitution?
remember
read
when I
more,
heard what
Lance.
the oldest trade was.
I will be right back.
You know, with Pancake no longer able to voice Duos. Actually no, not Lance, Patch. Vinny. I believe, as this conversation keeps going along, and you hear stuff about this new type business, and how Lance is apparently a new type, you are wondering, how is he like this?
Yeah, he seems to sort of a fly in the opposition of any kind of like new type theory. Patch would have understood of being, like incredibly empathetic and not wanting violence.
Yeah, this is
I- he Lance is an interesting individual. Is what Patch thinks about him.
and thinks it makes
Um,
perfect sense. She's never. I'm gonna be honest. She never. The only new type philosophy you get in the labs is new types are good at killing people. Cyber new types exist to kill people. You are an obedient dog of the state. Go out and kill people. That's her definition of new type. So she looks at Lance
See,
and she's
though,
like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he kills people. He kills people good. Maybe he's a new type.
I
Maybe
think
he's got psychic powers.
I think Patch could also come to the conclusion that, you know, given what Duos told him about what's the word? Being able to sense your enemy and connect it into battle. If Lance was sort of like that from the beginning and feeling all of those emotions and whatever, wouldn't it make sense to just kind of try to shut all of that out and focus on combat? Wouldn't that kind of drive you insane? And sort of at that thought, he just kind of shivers a bit. He he doesn't think he's a new type. He doesn't really think he's even that good of a pilot. Um, but the idea of being a new type is not exactly something that he thinks all too would be that great. He does like the connecting with others bit though.
Thank you.
As if on cue, Lance kind of looks around and goes, "Where's Patch?"
I don't know.
Patch
That-
like no.
yeah, Cocolo says,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, sir.
Also, as if on cue, for dramatic narrative purposes, Patch is climbing out of his cockpit, um, and like kind of puts his hands on his hips, does one last like look over of everything, and then like closes the door, uh, closes the hatch, um, and then uses like the little like the catwalk hand lowering truck thingy to go back to join them and kind of like walks over. um he's like, oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Then Kolos turns to Lands. Sir, you cannot be a new type because you are fundamentally unenlightened.
True, but isn't every individual unenlightened? If we reached true enlightenment, we wouldn't be here, is what I heard.
Hey, I object to that. But I'm a new type.
I would personally disagree.
Sure, I'm a new type. I'm a cyber new type. That's a type of new type. It's a new type of new type.
I mean, couldn't true enlightenment theoretically not exist? Because I mean, I think anybody who's truly enlightened wouldn't be wasting their time around here.
See, Patch agrees with me.
I disagree, Patch. There's no place I'd rather be than right here.
See, I agree with you there, Kolos.
Well, if I had a choice, it wouldn't be here.
Where would you be?
I don't know. Not in the middle of a war?
What's better than beating up the bad guys, saving civilians, and fighting for, what is it?
You check your notes,
Reforming
Lands.
the Federation.
Yeah.
Reforming the
I guess.
Federation into a more equitable government of the people by the people.
Look, that's what I want too, but that's a kind of idealized way of looking at all of this.
Well,
I feel like in practice, it's a lot more messy.
I mean, in practice, I've stopped at least 3 war crimes, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, which war
Okay.
crimes were they?
Just the Titans like to kill civilians, so I usually beat them up until they stop.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah.
Everyone turns to Patch. Just gives him the side eye.
Patch
And
feels very
turns-
seen.
And turns to Patch and looks at him. Not as judgmental as you'd think, though.
That's how I saved Patch from committing an unspeakable sin. See, Kolos, I'm doing pretty
I
good.
didn't want to do. Okay.
Yeah, and because I interjected when I did, you didn't have to do what you didn't want to do.
Yeah, he saved your immortal soul or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about, Anne?
I don't really.
I don't know.
I don't know. I guess if there wasn't this war in the first place, people wouldn't have to make those kind of decisions
Yeah,
or
but the
be in
war is
that
here.
position. I know, so there's no point in. I guess let's just get this over with and reform the Federation for. And then he kind of like looks over at the notes. Yeah, what this says, more equitable government for the people. I hate that I'm saying that sarcastically. I mean, that is what I believe in and that is what I want to fight for. But with the way some of you guys talk about this, it's like you've already come to the foregone conclusion that none of this is going to stop, even if we do win.
I mean, there's always going to be another war. After we beat the Titans, there's going to be people who go, well, you didn't make the Federation equitable enough, or the Federation is too equitable. We need to make it bad. So there's always going to be someone with a bone to pick, and that's, that's just how it is.
Yeah, maybe there's still gonna. Yeah, maybe there's still gonna be Xeon.
Well,
What?
according to Hunt, I don't think there is going to be Xeon after this. Hunt seems to think that once the AEUG wins, we'll actually be able to reintegrate the Xeon remnants and the Republic in an equitable arrangement. I
That would be
remember
good.
someone mentioned autonomous sides or something like that at one point, and I don't really know what that means, but I assume it means that the sides will have cars.
No, Lands, you think the sides
Autonomy.
will like run themselves?
Okay.
Like the robots are gonna be in charge?
Yeah, like exactly. Like,
They'll put the
but-
mobile suits in charge. That's
but I
why we're
mean, hey,
developing the SciComm movie, you see.
I heard they're gonna
Yeah.
build a computer and it's gonna administrate to the sides or something
We're
like
gonna make
that. I don't
AM.
know.
That'll solve the problem.
look, Clyde, I have a question for you, Clyde.
Yes.
So, what do you think about the AEU's odds of success once we win the war?
Ever forming or just staying alive?
Well, just if we win the war, right?
Yeah.
Do you think the officials of the AEUG would be able to carry out their program?
I don't even know what program they have. I just
Why am I the only one being forced to study this?
Kolos looks at you very pointedly, Clyde. That is a good point. I could ask the commander for additional homework to Lieutenant Clyde.
Patch doesn't know what he's doing here. Anne doesn't know what she's doing here. Clyde doesn't know what he's doing here.
I know what I'm doing.
At least I
here.
know what ideology I'm fighting for.
look. I'm here to fight Titans. After that, anyone else can figure it out.
Yeah, I'm here
See-
to fight. That's what I'm here for. I
and
know
that
what I'm
right-
gonna do.
That right there is why you're all on my squad. Lance grins triumphantly as his point has been proven.
Yeah, because we know what we're here to do.
Heck, after we're done, we might be fighting ourselves.
I
doubt it.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not gonna fight myself. I'm not. I'm not. I mean, there were people back in the lab who were like that, but I'm not like that.
I meant AEUG as a whole, not us as individuals.
Well, Kolos then says, probably by the time the
Yeah,
war we defeat the Titans, like he says, he's trying to remember. You look Kolos, and he's trying to remember something. Current leader, the leadership, which he does not specify a name, will probably have enough legitimacy and prestige to like get some of the program accepted.
didn't we already? Once we beat the Titans, doesn't that already mean we win?
Not really.
No, we have to then put the goals into legislature, and come on.
We're still the people who made the
Legislate
Titans
that we
laws.
legislate that we beat the Titans.
Well,
Fine,
not that
the
part.
results speak for themselves, right?
And Kolos turns to you as wars happen because of economic and base material reasons.
I
This
thought they
war
happened
is
because
happening. This
I
war is
thought they happened
happening.
because-
You can go ahead.
I thought they happened because. Oh, I thought the 1-year war happened because the Zeeks dropped a giant colony on Australia and wiped it out.
Yes, but the
I
reason
guess if you're only
why
looking at actions and reactions, but all of these things have some kind of deeper cause under all of them.
Yeah, they
Lance
dropped.
And that's
twitches.
why I just don't
yeah, land twitches and
think
then
we can act like just winning the war and fighting is going to be enough.
and
I don't
Kolos
know.
says, you know, The war happened for more reasons than zombies were bad people. And, so long as space noids are second-class citizens, this will continue to happen until space noids are no longer second-class citizens.
Now you sound like my dad.
Kolos, do you even know who's funding us? Like, we're getting brand new mobile suits. They have to be deep pockets.
Then you hear Kolo say, "No comment."
Oh, Kolos, the new type, knows something he doesn't want to tell us, but that's all right.
It would be
So do
improper,
you
sir.
trust the people who's So do you trust those people who's paying for our mobile suits to write the legislation?
I trust the leadership can make the most of it.
The leadership or the backers?
The leadership. Our backers aren't politicians, so I'll let you know that much.
They're not paying for nothing.
Wait, does that mean our backers are soldiers? Is the Federation theory true?
Soldiers aren't particularly that rich.
Yeah, but like if they all pooled their money together.
I don't think so. It's got to be somebody with more.
Lands comes with a
Patch just kind of.
galaxy brain take. Is like, of course they're well funded. The government gives them the mobile suits and weapons, and then they just walk to the other side.
Patch
That
just
is what
kinda
he's thinking,
sighs.
for the record. But he's not going to say it.
And he's just like, look, I don't know. I have to believe that at least we're trying to do something right. I think the Federation, I think we need the Federation. I think we need some kind of unifying government, but I think the Space Knights deserve representation, and I think the Titans shouldn't just be killing everyone, and I think that a fascist paramilitary organization shouldn't be allowed to just do whatever the hell it wants, and I don't know. I think we should all just stop killing each other and try to figure this shit out in a way that doesn't involve all of this. But apparently, nobody else seems to agree with me that the best way to resolve things isn't through killing each other with giant robots. So I guess I'll just shut up and wait until it's time to figure this shit out in a way that doesn't involve everyone. I love getting hurt.
Patch, I
Don't-
hate to be pedantic, but I think I've killed less people than you. Just on a pure technical level.
That seems to actually affect him. Like, and
Don't
he
wait,
looks
we need you
hurt.
to help
And he's like,
us.
look, exactly, okay? I hate what all of this is doing to me, to everyone I care about, the, to the entire goddamn world. And you talk about this like it's inevitable and like it's what has to happen, and I don't want to accept that. And I don't want to be around people who do.
Okay, so get better at fighting people so we can end it quicker.
A patch.
Yeah, that's a good
Right.
idea, actually. I'll help.
Patch. I'd like you to
Maybe you should
roll
get into
me
politics, Patch.
poise and composure at a
Yeah.
-3 right now.
That's funny. I think that makes it a nothing. Because my composure is 1. Okay, hold on.
As you're don't worry, a pancake, I got you.
Okay, that's a 2. Let's see if I can beat a 2. Oh my god, I got a 3. Okay, well that's still 2. It's still 2 failures.
Duos is about to put his hand on your shoulder to comfort you. Please have a freak out.
Patch just kind of pushes Duos away, and he's like, I can't do this. I can't stand how all of you people are just resigned that this is just what has to happen. That inevitably people aren't going to get along and that it's going to turn into killing each other. And just getting better at fighting people and doing more violence isn't going to do anything to stop any of this. And fuck, I know I sound ridiculous. I know I sound like I'm just complaining and like I don't understand what's going on. but god damn it, is it really that stupid to just want things to be better, to just want none of this to happen? And you're right, you have killed less people than me. And that's what I mean. I've fucking done things I can't take back, and I don't know how to make that better. And I'm trying,
Patch.
but I'm just making all of it worse.
Duo says, "Hey kid, it's all right, it's all right." And because of your failures, you break away in a sprint.
Yeah, he's going. He's gone.
Lance perches up on the stool, tilting his head as he kind of looks over at Carlos, and
And
Yeesh.
Kolos says, "Well, I for one don't think any of this war is necessary."
But you just want to roll over and let the Titans do what they want?
No, I believe this could have all been avoided had the Federation government been slightly less panicky and reactionary, but here we are.
Yeah, but they didn't.
And that's
But
what we're here to
anything can
change,
be
no?
avoided. But anything can be avoided if everyone involved doesn't do it. But I mean, obviously, saying that doesn't really mean anything.
Oh well, it's all above my head anyways. Lance kind of waves his hand back and forth.
Yeah, mine
Patch is right.
too.
It's we're fighting to stop this. And maybe Carlos is right and this wasn't inevitable, but it doesn't change where we are now. It doesn't change a thing. And all it comes down to at this point is whether we're a little quicker on the draw with the beam saber and the beam rifle than the Titans. And the more we're quicker than them, the less civilians get caught in the crossfire. And Lance kind of has like a little thin half smile that's kind of unlike his usual grin. He goes, and I don't know about you, but I'll take any civilian I spare from the Titans as a big win. I'm gonna go find Patch. Later, Colas.
Yeah, we should probably find him too.
Nope, you're gonna stay here. Lance kind of just points at the stool. It's like, you can take the stool though if you want. It's your turn to learn from Kolos.
And takes the stool and looks at Kolos and asks, "So when do I learn who that Macarena guy was?"
Macarena gun!
I was hoping that would be what was said essentially. Until she saw the vision.
Okay then. Patch. Where are you hiding?
Yeah.
On the Adula.
Where am I hiding? Okay. Do I have like a what's the word? Like a room to myself?
No.
Oh,
I thought you were gonna
okay,
say hidey
cool.
hole.
You're not an
Yeah,
officer.
well, I was about to say it was either like, do I have my own room, or is there like like a fucking storage closet I can hide in?
That's old reliable in my opinion when you're having a pilot mental
Yeah, I was
breakdown
about
is
to
the supply
say.
closet.
Can I find a good old supply closet to cry in?
Sure.
All right. I am in a supply closet. And I'm having a bad time.
Hmm.
He's probably like actually crying. So, I think if someone were to walk past, they might hear it. I don't think the supply closet doors are very soundproof.
I know how I'm going to resolve this then. So, Lance.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to roll 2 colored dice. Would you prefer to be red or white?
Oh, you know which one it's got to be for lands. Let's be real.
Red?
Yeah.
Looks like you lost on the draw this time, Duos.
The funny happened.
Uh-oh.
To quote
I'm sure that's gonna
Pancakes.
make Patch feel so much better.
To quote actually wait, let me think about this. Yeah, but just to quote pancake. Fug.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll again. Lance, will you or Hunt prefer to be red?
Lance will take red from Hunt again.
That's his favorite color. The color
We're
of
doubling
violence.
down on red.
You,
Bet on
Lance,
red.
you walk and you hear crying.
Lance has like 2 icy tubes in his hands, and he's like sipping on the red one already
Oh
that
my
he cut
God.
open.
Not
He
the
kind
white
of like
one.
knocks on. Yeah, yeah. And he's got a white one as well in the other hand. And he knocks on the door, and he's like, "Patch, Patch."
I'm not in here.
Yes, you are. You're literally responding to me.
Let's go away.
No, I'm technically your superior officer.
You have to call me sir.
So
Okay,
that would be
fine.
go away, please, sir.
Go away, please, sir.
Are you sure?
Whatever. You're not going to. So he just
If
kind
you
of like
actually
kicks
ask
open
me
the
to, I
door.
will go. But I did bring you an icy.
He just kind of kicks open the door.
Lands like sticks the white tube through the door, wiggles the ice tube.
He takes it.
A patch.
That
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll for luck.
Okay.
It's just ice. There's no syrup in it.
That's okay. Oh, it has syrup in it? Okay.
It's supposed to.
Sorry, I was about to. I thought this was like. Fun fact. I just like ice. I just like to eat ice. So you were like, it's just a stick of ice. And I was like, hell yeah.
yeah, here we go.
Let's fucking go. Anyway.
Lance will then close the supply closet door. He like shuffles a mop out of the way, kind of like ducks under a bit of hanging hives, and he's like, "Why the supply closet?"
I just wanted to be alone.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to leave you alone?
No, it's fine.
What's got you in a funk, man?
Really?
I mean, technically, I'm supposed to be scolding you and doing all, "Wow, I'm your superior officer, you care," but I'm not. I'm not going to do that because that's dumb in this case. And we're the AEUG. We're kind of way beyond that. Half these people don't walk around with sleeves.
Yeah, at least I have sleeves. I guess you're right. You know, I have killed a lot of people. I guess I don't know. That makes me. I can't take that back. And I feel like everything I do that doesn't make it a, a step towards all of this stopping, and anything I do that isn't saving people is letting them down somehow.
Well, statistically, we save the most of humanity if we defeat the Titans.
I know.
Yeah, you've killed a lot of people before now, but that's also partially on your superiors. It's the officers, and he like rolls his eyes up as if he's trying to remember something Hunt told him. He's like, it's an officer's obligation to their troops to lead them in a moral manner and inspire the best behavior from them. Shooting civilians doesn't qualify for that, in my experience.
But it's also a soldier's responsibility to ignore orders if they compromise their moral standing or if their superiors demanding that they do something unforgivable. I think that counts as
I
unforgivable.
agree. You should have known better, but you didn't. There's no use going if, when, and but. Anything could have happened. I would say that you weren't really a soldier. You're more in like a weird government death squad. So I feel like there's a bit more gray area there. But I mean, that's really, if you're really that torn up about it, just turn yourself in at the end of the war. Go through the trial. From my understanding, there'll be a bunch of those. That'll determine your guilt. But in the meantime, what's the point of beating yourself up over it? You're here. You're doing the right thing. You're fighting the good fight for the good cause. And every Titan we bring down, notice I'm saying bring down and not kill, is
Yeah,
one less Titan that's going to make the same choice you did.
you're right. I
Of course I'm right.
guess
That's why
I
I'm the
don't know.
first lieutenant.
You see how everybody looks at me, and they've got a point. I don't think. I don't know. It's like I've got this fucking aura of evil around me all the time, and I don't know if there's anything I can do to make it up to
Patch,
anyone.
we have people here who probably helped drop the colony on Earth. I've probably shaken hands with someone who nerve gassed my colony. There's a lot of people here running from some dark shit. You're hardly the only one. And hey, like I said, I've only ever killed. I guess depending on how you. He. It looks like he's about to say only one, and then he stops for a moment, seems to remember something, and goes, two, I guess, people. And look how everyone stares at me. I have the
Yeah.
lowest kill count here in terms of lives ended, and people act like I'm the monster. You could have been totally with a clean conscience, and just the fact that you wore that black uniform is going to be enough for some people to hate you. So why care?
I mean, I guess I feel like they deserve to hate me.
Okay, if they deserve to hate you, what's the problem? Let them hate you.
You make a good point.
You either deserve the treatment, and so the only thing to do is grin and bear it, or you don't deserve the treatment, which will be established by the tribunals at the end of the war. There's nothing you can do right now that'll fix it one way or the other.
Yeah,
When I tell you to fight,
you're
I'm not
right.
telling you that because I'm trying to dismiss your feelings or anything like that. I'm just telling you how it is, man. We are in a war right now. We gotta beat these guys. If we don't beat these guys, they're gonna put every one of us up against the wall and shoot us. And then there goes the people who don't want to shoot civilians club.
Yeah,
I want you
I
to get better
guess.
at fighting so you can do what
Do
you
you
want
really
to
think
do.
that this is inevitable? Yeah.
You want to save people,
No,
right,
I
Patch?
agree. Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm
Look how
here.
I look how I disable mobile suits. You can do that. You can learn that. You've already done it once. The better you get at piloting, the
Right.
less people will die.
I guess I've just been on edge lately. Because I know who we're going to have to deal with. And I know it's going to have to happen.
Like I said, I can take care of him if you need me to.
Okay.
Worst case, Duos is practically lining
I'm
up to
sorry.
proclaim himself your father figure.
Oh my God.
You know, as you say that, you hear a knock on the door.
And Lands like hops off like the little shelving unit he was squad inside of, takes like a long sip of the tube, has the tube in his mouth, no hands on the tube, and then opens the door, sipping on the tube.
And there, lo and behold, is Duos.
Oh, speak of the devil. It comes out more.
Patch just kind of waits and has some of his tube.
Come on, it smells like chlorine in here. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. I guess that would probably be the cleaning supplies.
He'll offer Patch a
Um,
hand up.
And he takes his stance and like kind of dusts himself off of it. All right. Well, I guess if the only thing I can do is get better at fighting, then I'm gonna get really damn good at fighting.
Hell yeah. We'll hit the Sims after you have your daily lecture with duos.
The
Oh,
camera
okay.
turns to him, then cuts.
Oh, it's daily now? Oh.
Yeah, and
Clyde.
Lance just kind of just kind of
I'm
snickers,
back.
looks up
Oh,
at Patch and goes, "All right,
actually,
I'm hopping out of here."
cut. Actually, scratch that. We have microphone pancake again.
Oh. Oh my god, yay! Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry. Literally, fucking EMTs need me to cover the desk. Now I gotta look for a fucking portable air conditioner. So I'm holding it off for a bit. Anyway. Oh, looks like Lance found you first.
Yeah. I think he's figured out that this is where I go to hide. I gotta find a new supply
Fair enough.
closet.
I mean, only the NCOs get private, or only the NCOs get private bunks.
No, actually, officers.
Like officers. NCOs are we only have to bed 4 per person. So how'd it go with
Well,
Lance?
he said that the only thing we can do is get better at fighting to stop the people who want to hurt other people, which I guess makes sense. And that when this war is over, if I feel like I really deserve some kind of punishment for everything that I've done, I can turn myself in at the all of this, which honestly I might.
Hmm.
I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't.
I don't necessarily think you have to, but if that's what you feel like you have to do, I won't stop you.
I want
I
to
don't know
believe
how
that
to,
people can change.
and they can. Humans are some of the most adaptable creatures on Earth. We can change. It's how we grow as a person. You know why I fight, right? Patch.
Why? I guess to protect people, for the reform of the Federation, because the Titans are evil, and any of those.
Patch.
Duos bends over and oh,
Just a quick side. When you say that, you can't
Yeah.
actually figure out what Lance's reason for fighting is, besides he likes fighting.
Yeah.
Anyways, Duos, please continue.
Yeah.
Duos picks up the Haro, opens it up, and pulls a picture from it, hidden between the seams, and hands it to Patch.
And he takes it.
And you can see someone who looks like Duos with a woman and 5 kids.
Is this your family?
Yes. You need to keep this a
It
secret.
looks. Yeah, I promise I won't tell anyone. You have my word.
Remember when Lands brought up that certain 1-year war ace?
Yeah.
Let's just say hypothetically, I am Akos Constantine.
Are you?
I may be.
Okay. I guess hypothetically, if you were, why wouldn't you want anyone to know that? I mean, I get
Because
starting over.
For all intensive purposes, me and my entire family are dead. Killed in some sloppy and ill planned bombing by the Titans. That didn't kill us, but managed to kill 400 people. And it's better for my family that the entire world thinks we're all dead. At least for now.
That makes sense. I guess I won't tell anyone.
Thank you, Patch. I appreciate it.
I guess I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's what you're fighting for. I guess I just. This might sound rude. Don't tell him I told you this, but I guess, I mean, Lance is a great guy, but does he like make you just a little uncomfortable too, or is that just me?
It's because he lacks purpose beyond just fighting. The poor kids never really had an opportunity to grow up.
I mean, whenever he talks about why he's here, it's just, well, this is what Hunt said, or, you know, just because he has nothing else to be doing. And I don't know, that's just sad to think about. I mean, I should probably just talk to him about it, but
I'll get to talking to him eventually. See if I can broaden his horizons beyond fighting. He needs to learn how to live outside of war, which is a lesson that was very difficult to teach myself.
because I guess that's the thing, right? We're fighting, but we have to be fighting for something other than just whatever the next war is going to be. I mean, I'm not crazy and naive to want there to be an after, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But in order to get there, we have to focus on what's in front of us. Unfortunately, that's the war.
Life is full of ups and downs. This is just the downward trajectory. We're on the downhill slope. There'll be a high point coming soon. Trust me, Patch.
I have to. I have to believe things are going to get better.
They will. Hope is the only thing. Don't let Lance tell you otherwise. Hope is the only thing that can keep us going. Hope for a better day, a safer day, a brighter future.
I couldn't agree more. I think when things are like this, hope is all we have.
And to an extent, hope is all we need.
The two of you hear footsteps approaching.
Patrick stands up. Does he, because I assume, it's not Lance, not Duos. It's probably someone he doesn't like recognize. And he kind of like dusts himself off.
It's
Tries to look presentable.
It's Commander Hunt walking with a bottle and a cigarette in her mouth.
A little bit early to be celebrating, wouldn't you think, Commander?
Patch. Keen awareness, please.
Yeah. Let me do that. And I'm not gonna make it hit my coffee mug this time. Okay, that's an 8.
No analog, new type sound.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe if I got a 1 and a 3, so almost analog new type sound. Um, no, I just threshold of 8. All right, 5 successes.
5 successes. You notice Hunt looking at the exact same supply closet you just came out of, and she says, usually to take away the jitters, what are you two doing here? Patch, warrant officer, Maximus, sorry, Mr. Patch, you look like dog shit.
Sorry. Uh, I just uh freaked out a little. And then he like kind of stands at attention. It's like, I'm gonna head back and run through the simulation again, ma'am. Sorry.
Not sure we'll have time for that. She checks her watch. It's like,
Oh,
Doom should be moving out pretty soon.
shit.
Commander, you got a sig I could bum off of you? I could really use one.
She like gets a cigarette out, says, offers it.
Yep. He takes it with his gloved hand and he fishes around for a lighter and pulls out a old, beat up, brass encased lighter with a Xeon insignia stamped on it.
Trophy? She asks.
More of a memento mori. I picked it up in Dakar. He says as he lights the cigarette.
Groundy then?
Yep.
She gives you a grin and says, "Well, if you ain't Space Forces, you ain't shit. So, I guess we'll have to see about how many more you can get."
I bounced from ground in space.
He kind of like looks over at her, and he's like, "Hey, if we're about to deploy, we don't have to worry about it now. But if I could have a moment to talk to you sometime, I have something I need to ask you."
What?
No time like the present. And Duo scoops up Haro and walks down the hall towards the hangar. Enjoy that talk, you two.
He just kind of like watches Duos leave, like, and then kind of like awkwardly looks back at Hunt, and he's like, "Well, I hope this isn't intrusive to ask. I guess I just Lance, you're taking care of him, right?"
Well, dead.
I did, right? Yeah, he's kind of taking care of himself now.
You'd think
He
so.
he he mentioned something about a gas attack on his colony. Is that what happened? Is that why he's with you and not? Sorry, that probably sounds really rude. I'm asking why somebody poor orphan. Jeez, I don't know. I was just wondering how it got evolved in this.
I think it was I wasn't there when this happened because I was fighting during the 1 week battle, so I didn't know him yet. But so as it's been explained to me, and as Lance tells it, his parents threw him on a ship escaping his colony before it got gassed. And then there was an emergency drop down to orbit. And then he bounced around through a refugee camp around Jaburo. Or was it Brazil? I cannot remember exactly the place he said. I don't know anything about South America, really. Is that all you wanted to ask?
Um, yeah, I guess so. Um, it's probably not right for me to pry into things by asking you instead of asking him.
Yeah, it isn't.
I guess, sorry. He just, scares me a little. And, I don't know.
We tend to have
My
that.
parents
Yeah,
were Earth Federation.
then you see Hunt like scratch your cheek. Well, we tend to have that effect on people.
I guess it's not the worst thing to have as a soldier. I mean, I spent most of my parents were Earth Federation ground forces, died pretty early on. So I spent most of my childhood with my adoptive father. So I thought maybe we probably had that in common, I guess. He sounds like he's trying very hard to avoid mentioning who his adoptive father is, because he knows that's a bit of a
Touchy
sore
subject.
spot between the two of them. Yeah. Bit of an awkward conversation.
I'm not really sure to tell you that. Never really adapted to touchy-feely things. What I do know is you gotta scram.
Yeah. Right. Sorry.
And then you see Lieutenant Commander Hunt walk into the same supply closet you were in, presumably to have that drink.
And he gives her a salute. And then keeps going. He heads to the hangar.
Pancake, just a quick question.
Yes.
You do have access to your microphone from this point on. You should, at the very least. Yes.
For the most part, yeah. I haven't really gotten called to do anything, but keep in mind, there could just be times where I'm called.
Okay, they're just making sure there's nothing known in the way. Pat, Vinny, you said you wanted to say something additionally?
Me?
Yeah. You said, yeah, wait, hold on. What did I forget? Something stupid.
Oh, no, I said something about what I hope Patch knows what conflict it was in, and
Yeah,
I was
go
asking
on,
if I
try to
forgot.
say.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. I was asking if I like forgot some kind of obvious link, because I'm playing like 3 OpV characters with complex backstories at the moment, and I didn't know if I like dropped something somewhere.
So oh, is this a good time to do the bit?
What bit?
That's ominous as fuck.
Don't worry, Patch. I've killed more people than you.
Actually, no, I have a better time for that. So,
Uh-oh.
you all
Uh-oh.
are brought back to the hangar. And Director Hayato is explaining what you would need to do.
Hey, it's that guy from the 1 Year War.
You
Oh my
mean the
god, it's
Grips War.
Hayato from popular hit show Mobile Suit Gundam.
Oh my god, it's
Lance is
Hayato.
looking very attentive because Hayato is his favorite member of the White Base.
He has a favorite member?
Patch is looking very attentive
Damn right he does.
because
Anne doesn't have a favorite member of the White Base. She has complex feelings about Amuro.
Anyways, about this meta commentary. Hayato is explaining that the brigade, along with most of elements of Karaba, are essentially in a net around Dakar while a special operation is happening. You are to allow no one within the next 24 hours to neither EFF regulars or Titans to approach the city.
So it's a court.
Yep, you're
What
on
the
a
hell are
court.
we running? What op are we running in Dakar that requires a 24-hour court?
And then the colonel said, "That's not for your unit now." Oh.
Felix just whispers to himself under his breath, "I and a lot of good men fought to keep Dakar from a battleground, and now it's here again."
Well, you all have your deployment orders. As I expect the best from you. If this goes well, you'll learn why you're doing this within the day. And then everyone breaks.
Patch doesn't necessarily like the sound of that. But he's not really in the position to question anything.
So you're all getting ready on your base jabbers and such. Lance, are you going alone on a base jabber, or sharing one?
Lance will go alone unless there's someone from another squad who's without a partner.
Alrighty then.
Because he wants duos taking care of Anne and Clyde with Patch.
Got
He
it.
doesn't put it like that for the record. He puts it in the briefing he gives his own squad. He says, "Let's maximize our espers in one place and put duos and Anne together." But the subtext is pretty easy that he wants someone experienced with Anne for her first actual deployment with the U.
I see. Okay then. So the Aduma is essentially is flying past the perimeter and is habitually dropping off units and with subflight systems, or just land on the ground, and they're to hold their position until relieved. And you get to your drop-off point around this place called Mekne. You can't really pronounce it too terribly well.
Accurate.
Because I don't speak French.
Sorry, neither do I.
Oh,
Oh my
fuck.
god, it's Dakar.
This is actually where it started for him. This was right around where the first Earth landing happened, right?
No,
on.
yeah, you
Dun,
were.
dun, dun.
I think you were actually in. Yeah, it was actually north of Dakar when the first episode of A Long Summer happened. Anyways,
It's crazy.
Yeah, we fought around Tholim what fall between Luga and Mekne.
you know that the recording people can't hear what you're saying, right? Can't see what you're seeing. Anyways.
Either way, he's back.
Anyways, Patch.
You gotta look up Google Maps in order to get this joke. Yes, hi.
Anne makes a line to you as you're about to get dropped off at your drop-off point.
Anne says, "No way. This would be better to do if she was able to physically put her hand on his shoulder."
No, I'm just imagining,
So
like, in the hangar, like, your mobile suit does it for you.
Yeah, Anne says, "Don't worry, Patch. I've killed more people than you."
Genius.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm good at killing people.
Congratulations.
Clyde? You could hear all of that.
Clyde just like awkwardly looking over at the two mobile suits. He's not saying anything.
Duos is not surprised in the slightest by the strange things that the cyber new type.
And
We've got a great team.
Okay, Lance. Anyways,
Hey,
you're
think we'll
given the
see
go
that-
to drop, and you do so.
You think we'll see that Korean woman again?
I hope so.
Yeah, she's got to give us another Gundam.
You can all hear the palpable excitement in Lance's voice.
Patch has no comment. But probably looks visibly uncomfortable.
I hope she brings a Psycho Gundam this time.
Patch.
Patch turns off his visual comms.
No, actually, Patch. What you know is that would mean Firene's a new type.
Yeah, that's not making me feel great. But hey, maybe we could do some kind of new type mind-to-mind communication. Maybe it'll be okay.
And just
He makes a
one.
mental note to possibly try to convey that to Duos in secret sometime later.
And
Well, I mean, this was already the plan to begin with.
Yeah.
And just wants to steal a Psycho Gundam off of her.
I love how Furine's just everybody's dedicated vessel for getting a Gundam. Like, hey, can you give me a Gundam today, bestie?
She's never gonna live it down.
I just really hopes we don't run into her.
I was talking to Firene about how
Yeah.
she keeps on losing Gundams to the first independent. What are we? The first independent?
Mobile
First
Brigade.
Independent Mobile Brigade.
Yeah, first independent mobile brigade. And she keeps on I keep on asking her, well, why do you keep on sending them Gundams? And they started crying.
I'm gonna give this over to Clyde.
Oh my god.
Contact.
Oh, boy.
You see them. A group of looks like 50 subflight systems. You have
50?
Clyde's,
in grand total.
It's a lot of them.
Clyde's just gonna say, "Dear God," and then hit the comm thing, and it's like everybody else sees the 50. Were they mobile suits or subflight systems?
Subflight systems, 2 mobile suits apiece. The
Everybody
brigade,
sees
which has been dropped here, has about 80.
Clyde's just gonna read it. Everybody sees the flock of subflight systems, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Good call out, Clyde.
Oh boy.
What's the plan?
Boss, you got anything?
I just wanted to make sure. Is it still Clyde's moment, or are we moving into more general?
We're moving into combat. Clyde has been pulled first. I'm giving it to him first.
Okay, yeah. So it would be okay, how many? Just so I can give them not in order, but like the general narrative instruction go mind. It's just 3 pairs, right?
Yeah, 3 pairs of Hyzak customs on a base jabber each.
Well, Clyde, Patch, you take one. Duos, and you take one. I'll deal with the final one.
Understood.
All right, got it.
You got it, boss.
Let's put these Nemos to work.
Clyde, since I'm calling upon you to start combat, please, what would you like to do?
I guess I'm gonna see if I can take a pot shot at one of their base jabbers and claim our pair. I guess the first pair.
Very well then. Would you like to use your reaction to give us a +2?
Sure.
Because, worst comes to worst, Patch can use his reaction to make the 2 of you dodge out of the way.
All right.
Yeah, because we're sharing a subflight system.
Yeah. So, please, this what weapon are you using? Your mobile suit beam rifle, the beam machine
Base
gun?
jabber.
Which one? The base jabber MMG mode or the sniper mode?
The sniper mode, since they're pretty far off, right?
Alrighty then. So this base jabber is going to attempt to dodge. Please make a poise. As firearms systems.
Alright, so 12, and then plus the 2 is 14 threshold. Alright, let's see what I roll. Good.
I am doing
13. Okay, that's better. 2 successes.
2 successes. So that's 7 damage. You blow away the base jabber, and they start falling to the earth.
no.
Who would you like to pass your turn to? Also, please add another fighter victory.
Alright. Does it have to be friendly or enemy?
Anyone you'd like.
I guess I'll
Hey,
pass it
shouldn't
to
Lance do the leader thing?
yeah. I guess I'll pass it to Lance.
Lance, what would you like to do?
Well, first and foremost, Lands is going to give a hunting order to the squad before basically bringing up his new fancy beam sniper rifle and trying to basically go for a called shot on one of the Hyzak Customs heads. So I'll give the order first narratively, which is Lands goes, all right, everyone, scatter and pinch. Let's get it done.
Charisma leadership.
Woo! Oh boy, that's actually really good.
Oh.
That was, for the record, a result of 3 on a threshold of 10. So 8 successes.
Please, everyone,
Nice.
put in your check modifier for your next skill check at a +3, assuming it is and you get to use that on any kind of attack or action against an enemy. Anything aggressive. So, which
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm here all
mobile
week.
suit would you like to attack, Lance?
Do either of the two have special markings or no?
You can see a commander, but they don't look particularly impressive.
He's going to take out the non-commander unit with the beam sniper rifle. And again, he's going for a disabling shot rather than a kill shot. He's being especially careful after a recent incident.
Are you going to use your reaction to make this a +4?
I am.
And this is the first pair, second pair, or third pair?
Third pair, because I said I'd go after the last pair.
Alrighty then. It is going to attempt to dodge. Please make this at a flat, because your +4 from being a sniper is counteracting their nimble and your called shot negative modifiers.
Right, that is 12 under 16 for 5 successes.
5 successes. That's 5 successes on my end. Would you like to spend a narrative point, or would you like to do the tiebreaker?
How many do we have, God?
You're currently at a 6 out of 10.
I'm definitely using one then. I don't think anyone will begrudge me.
Okay,
No, how could you? I'm so mad. No, I'm joking.
I'm coming for you next then.
And you said you wanted to blow the head off this one?
Yeah, basically a disable shot.
You do so out of victory.
Woo!
As you put one right in the head, and then it stumbles and falls off the base jabber.
All right, and that's me done. I'll give it to the enemy commander.
And the enemy commander is going to take a shot at you, Lance, with his handheld beam sniper rifle. And that's a failure. The beam shoots past.
Over open comms as we're closing the distance, Lance goes, "You and me." And that is the end of me.
And then the other unit on that base jabber is going to take a shot. The other falling Hyzak is going to take a shot at you, Patch. What do you want to do?
I would like to dodge out of the way of that.
Very well then. Please make me a move check. Using your subflight system.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so that is a 14. Oh my god, did I get no? I did!
Yo.
I got an awakening point
You got a
and it hit my
grand
coffee
scheme.
mug.
Analog new type sounds.
That's so great. Thank you, coffee. I should just throw my dice at my coffee mug all the time. Clearly it adds something. Okay.
It gives it
So
a
my
grand
threshold is 14. I got an 8. 7 successes.
A beam flies past, and I'm going to pass it to you.
And 3
Patch.
awakening points. Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, because
So-
you only have one action and no reaction, you are not obliged to go if you don't want to. And if you don't go, which is called wait to act, you can use your action as an additional reaction, defensively.
Yeah, because he shot down the one that we were supposed to be going after, right?
Yeah, Clyde did. He
The-
shot the
Okay.
base jabber, so they're falling to the earth, and they won't be particularly useful in a few
So then I'll
months.
just wait.
All right, I'll put you in wait to act. Who would you like to pass your turn to? It could be anyone.
I will pass it to Duos.
Duos, what do?
All right. So obviously, we're going to need to still intercept those guys on the ground since they're falling.
Yeah?
So first, since I have a Gundam, I can do 2 actions. I'm
Correct.
going to take the beam sniper rifle on, or I guess the sniper mode on the base jabber's beam rifle. I'm going to take out the second still intact base jabber.
Alrighty then. Would you like to use a reaction to give this a positive modifier, or just want to do it flat?
They're at long range, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to do sniper's eye for the +2, or is it +1?
+1 for you. And they have nimble 2.
They're at long
All right,
distance.
I got so it'd be a -1. So I got a 5 over, I believe my shoot is 15. So that is what? 9, 10 degrees of success?
Could you say that again? So that's
I got a 5.
got a 5. That is 10 degrees of success.
Bye-bye base jabber.
Yeah, bye-bye base jabber. And that's 10. And while you're at it, the explosion applies 2 damage to each of the Isaac customs falling to the earth now. Who would you like to pass to?
I'm not done yet. I still have my other action.
True. What do?
I'd like to move the base jabber closer to the falling Hyzak, and I'm going to jump off the base jabber.
And?
I'm gonna get risky. I'm gonna try and melee and cut off one of the arms of the base of the Hyzaks, and then just Vulcan the weapon of the other Hyzak.
Anne?
An or and?
Anne.
Ah.
You know what you
So,
can do?
Anne's turn. Yeah?
You could make this move check for Duo, so he'll have a better time on the attack.
Let's do that.
Please make me a move check, Anne, using the subflight system.
Alright. Let's see.
It should be already inputted on the cheat
There's
sheet.
a move off.
Duos is going to go over comms to lands. I'm going to intercept these bastards before they hit the ground, and if they're still fighting when they hit the ground, I'll stop them from getting any farther. That all right, boss?
2 successes.
Do as you feel best.
2 successes.
Lieutenant.
Duos, you're brought in. You jump off, and I'm not going to make you roll for it because Anne has moved for you. You please make me a melee grit on the cheat sheet.
All right, melee grit. That is an 8. My melee should be like, what, 10, 11? If I remember correctly.
Melee grit, that's 15, actually.
Nice.
That's 8 successes. You smash into this first Hyzak custom, cutting it to pieces.
No. I'm just going for cutting off the arm and part of the leg. I'm not going for
You know, the
killing.
thing is, because you got so many successes, I'm just going to give you the other leg as well.
Oh, sweet.
Free
So
leg.
he only has one
Yo.
arm.
And now, please, make me a shoot check at a +1.
Okay. That is a 9.
And let's see. And you spark the hell out of the other one, and then it blows the hell up. As you light the crap out of that Hyzak.
I was just aiming for its beam rifle, man.
Well, those things were a lot less sturdy than you thought.
You can hear Duos curse over the radio. Damn it. As he sort of stabilizes his fall and turns it from a landing from a free fall into a landing posture.
And Patch, you see the last Hyzak on the base jabber start to turn tail.
Oh, alright, was Patch going?
Oh no, I'm mentioning it to Patch because Patch has a way to act on in case he wants to use it. Although, Anne, you can try to take a pot shot at these guys. Same with Duos. But Duos just went.
Yeah, I'm not going to take all the swag from everyone else.
Alright. I have an action.
Is he
if
still on
Duos-
the base driver?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's the one left on the last base jabber.
Who's Duos?
Okay, because I was just gonna say I could try to shoot it down,
Yeah, that's what I mentioned.
but I don't know who's going. Okay.
Anyway.
I'll go for shooting it down if no one objects to me doing so.
Sure, go ahead.
It is a fleeing enemy, right?
Yeah.
It would be funny.
Yeah,
if
but I'm just
Anne
trying to shoot
shot
down the
it.
base jammer.
If Pat shot it down? I heard that right, didn't she?
It would be funny if Anne shot a fleeing enemy, but I don't want to butt in too hard.
Patch, I believe you wanted to go.
Yeah, Patch is remembering what happened last time, he just kind of willing to let somebody retreat. So he's going to try to shoot down the base jabber to disable it. So I'm gonna do that.
Please make me a poise firearm systems at a -2.
Okay. Oh, do I get a +3 from the skill check thing, or did I already use that?
I don't believe you have, actually.
Okay, well then I'll put that on here. So that's 8 plus my systems, which is 4. So that's 12. Okay, that's a 15. Okay. It hit my coffee mug, but I didn't get a new type moment. I just got a 9. Okay. 7 successes.
7 successes. You light it up with the BMMG, and then it falls to the ground. Struggling to right itself, and it's in a free fall. It looks like this Hyzak with no legs.
Oh, I forgot it had no legs.
Now it doesn't.
Oops.
Oops. Hey, Anne,
Yeah?
please roll me a poison composure.
All right.
Also, Patch,
Oh,
add
look
a
who's-
fighter kill.
Yeah. Patch is like, oh wait, shit.
Oh, look whose poison composure is 2 successes?
Oh, remember, you have impulsive. You have to
Wow.
re-roll that.
All right, let's re-roll it. That is a failure by, I believe, 4.
Please make me a snapshot. It's just a flat snapshot. You see an enemy right there for the taking.
Anne sees the enemy falling off the base jabber, and immediately in her head it flashes, "It's weak, shoot it." so she opens fucking fire to the tune of 8, 11. That's a threshold of that is a threshold of 13. So the result of 11 to the tune of 3 successes with her beam rifle.
And you blast it away.
1 down.
At a
Patch,
victory.
Great.
shouts overcome. Patch shouts
Great.
overcomes. You didn't need to shoot them.
Great
It was
teamwork.
going
Pat.
down anyway.
Well, it still had its beam rifle. Great teamwork, Patch.
Yeah, well, you could have waited until the ground had disabled it.
I do like how Patch is both taking the right and wrong lessons
Okay.
from Lands.
Well, I wasn't gonna wait for it to start shooting at us.
Lands, any introductions?
Lance is too busy on his own pursuits.
And that's the third pair destroyed. Back
We
to
make a great team, Patch.
top of turn. And I'm gonna give it to Lands. Everybody loves Lands. What do Lands?
Lance is just overcomes, calls out, "Excellent work. Keep up the mission. I'm going after that last one there." And he's going to dive down with his beam saber and go for the Lance Classic at this point.
Please make me a move check using your subflight system. You know, these
Yes, sir.
these two Hyzaks are just about to hit the ground.
Oh yeah, I should clarify, by the way. Are they actually controlled landing, or are they about to like smash and be destroyed?
They look like controlled landings.
Oh, okay, then yeah, that's fine. Lance isn't going for cockpit sniping after all, so it's fine. Yep, that is 6 successes on the move check. As Lance just puts his fucking base jabber in a dive.
Oh, righty then. Please make your melee wrath reactor at a +4.
Right, at a +4 melee wrath reactor.
Unless you want to add called shot
Mm,
on that to do your coup de
I'm not.
grace.
Yeah, I mean, it's add call shot. Honestly, most of the time, if I say he's doing the land special, probably just put the call shot on since he's going for disabling rather than I
+2,
don't
man.
care what happens.
Yeah, just a +2.
All right. So at a +2
You need like
with
a
my
new column on your cheat sheet for land special.
yeah, exactly. That is 9 successes on the land special.
Please add 2 more victories as you handedly disable both of the arms of these Isaacs, but leaving their legs so they can make the landing.
Yeah, exactly. And lands will actually circle around them, and probably to everyone's surprise, it looks like he's making sure they're landing safely.
Lands. Bad news. Make a move check right now.
This is good news for me.
Not with your subflight system.
That's fine. The move check 15, 8 under 15, 8 successes.
8 successes. I'm going to spend 2 narrative points. You see a beam coming in right for you. It's about to hit your subflight system while you were distracted.
Look, everyone. I use 1 narrative point, I gain us 2 back. Such is my way.
True.
Alright, Lance is gonna try to basically tilt it so the base jabber takes the hit and he can jump off, essentially.
You do so, and you start falling to the ground.
He'll hit his thrusters to land safely.
And what you notice, Lands, is from the ground is coming a dust column coming right for the brigade.
Lands will use the targeting systems in the sniper to basically laze it for everyone else so that they are aware of it.
Duos, Clyde, Patch, you see a gray Gundam floating upon the ground. It's like sliding across.
A gray Gundam?
Yes, a gray Gundam.
Do I recognize this?
Oh, and I'm just getting the image because I don't know if everyone knows what the Mark IV looks like.
I have like a vague recollection of it.
Yeah, it's not the most popular mobile suit. I don't even think it has an official kit.
He's pretty.
I think it was an SD first, right?
I believe so.
Look, everyone, Fareen's here to give us a new Gundam.
Oh, he's funky looking. I love his headphones and giant mohawk. God, he's so funny looking. Sorry.
So is it entirely gray, or does it have like the yellow and blue as well?
Yeah, but the thing is, the primary color is a gray. It's not really a true white. Man, ID during the Grips War must have sucked. No one's using a unified color scheme.
Or a unified like mobile suit. There's a new mobile
It's like
suit every
nobody
5
can
seconds
agree.
later.
Every couple of weeks, there's a new one.
Oh my god, the new model. Which one? But yeah, do I recognize the color scheme or whatever?
You don't recognize the color scheme of this mobile suit. However, what you do know is people did mention that your dad's a Gundam pilot, and that his unit is equipped primarily with Grund
Yeah,
Zekus.
yeah.
So, by process of elimination, this is probably him.
I missed that. So exactly mentioned. My dad is telling me I need to take the garbage out when I'm done with my Gundam.
Charles is
Okay.
talking to you.
Patch's dad, Patch's
So
dad shows up, and
yeah,
Vincent's
Charles
dad
is
shows
telling
up.
me that when we're done with this fight, I gotta take the garbage out.
Dad thinks.
You're in so much trouble when you get
He's
back.
not even mad. He's not even mad. I defected. He's mad. I defected before I finished my chores. Anyway,
Take the trash out. But first
so
I'll take you out like trash.
we're going into land, right?
You have no obligation to do so. Lands is doing that, ironically
Oh.
enough, because he's forced to. And who'd you like to pass to, Lands? Because you were given the order last.
Lands is going to basically say, "Stay in the air and strafe him," and then he will pass it to Duos.
Duos.
If Duos is not here, he will pass it to Clyde. Let's do Clyde while Pancakes has to be muted for a bit. That way we can keep it moving and Pancake can just jump in after.
Alrighty then, Clyde. What do?
Are
Patch,
any
you.
of the Zeku-looking lands away specifically?
Not at this
Yeah.
very moment, because they haven't had the opportunity to do anything. Although, if Patch during this moment wants to say anything dramatic, now's the time.
I think all that he'd say is he kind of goes over comms and like I think that might be my Charles, the captain.
Dad.
I think that's his unit. Dad.
Captain Dad versus Lieutenant Mom.
Dun dun dun. He was trying not to say dad. He was trying to be professional.
Clyde,
If
what
it wasn't,
do?
if my voice acting was not up to par, he sounds very, very, very nervous.
Probably strafe the first Zeku to kind of take attention away from lands.
Are you using the sniper rifle as you're moving into this medium distance, or are you using the machine gun?
They're at medium?
Yeah, well, you're moving into it.
Probably the beam machine gun.
One moment. Ah. Oh, yep. And it's gonna suppress you as you make this attack run. One moment. Please make this attack at a -6. This
Oh
would,
boy.
yeah, this is your snapshot.
It's only -3 because of the check modifier, right? I still haven't used that.
Actually, oh yes, because your check modifier from Lands' order would counteract it.
Alright. So am I shooting with Tacticine, Poise?
Your snapshot from your cheat sheet, which would be Poise Firearm System.
So that's a -3, so that's a 9. Alright, let's see.
Also, important thing to remember about snapshots is you get a free dodge at a -1 when you do a move and shoot, or a snapshot.
Okay. I did not roll well. I'm going to use a narrative die to re-roll that.
Very well then, you were back at 6 narrative points.
I rolled the exact same thing.
You know,
It's,
Oof.
Clyde, Patch, you're coming in and, you have to bank off as this ground Zeku, like, takes a shot at you with its beam rifle before, the other ones join in. And, you're forced to wave off. Clyde, who do you want to pass to? It has to be an enemy.
I guess the second Zeku. Doesn't matter how many failures I got on that.
Not particularly. Unless
I got
so long as it's not a critical failure.
What's a critical failure?
Lowest, so
2
criticals
sixes.
are actually no. A critical failure is
Okay.
highest possible
Oh.
roll.
So 3
okay.
sixes.
Yeah, 3 sixes in this instance because you're using a mobile
Whew.
suit.
I did have 2 sixes.
That'd be insane, though.
That'd be bad. I guess passing it to second Zeku.
And it's gonna take a shot at you, Lance.
Everybody's a critic.
Do you want to react in any way?
Yeah, he'll try to dodge.
Please make me a move check.
9 under 15. 7 successes.
6
I'm not
successes.
getting awakening points, but I'm getting a lot of solid roll.
Yeah, quite good roll. 6 successes. You move out of the way, like you dig into your seat as you push right as the beam waves past. And I'm gonna pass it to Captain Beaumont.
Uh-oh.
Blah blah blah.
Hi, Dad. Fancy meeting you here.
And it's gonna pick a fight with you, Duos.
Boy, this is gonna be fun. Gundam on gun. What's he gonna do?
It's gonna charge you.
Oh, he's going straight into melee.
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to parry him,
Alrighty then.
or at least meet the blow, so we can have a cool Kino saber locking moment.
Alrighty then. Please make me a grit melee reactor.
Alrighty. That is another 8.
Ooh, a 9. Just because I'm feeling generous, you see this very big Gundam coming right at you. And it jumps up at you and
Yes.
and you see this massive mobile suit jump from the ground up to your subflight system. And how many
Oh,
successes?
no, I'm on the ground. I'm
Huh?
on the ground.
Oh, you are?
I'm on the ground.
Oh.
Remember, I went to land to intercept the Hyzax on the ground.
Ah, yes, you are right. Lots of moving parts. You have to forgive me.
Yes.
We don't use maps, you see. So
Maps are the tools of the devil.
Theater of the mind.
Yep. So you see this.
Fine.
You see this massive Gundam gliding off the ground as it's coming right for you. You have anything to say? Because I did win the check by 1 success.
I'm going to spend a narrative point to force a tiebreaker.
Very well then. I rolled a 2.
I rolled a 3. Fug.
Fug indeed. Any words to
Okay,
say?
I have a question. Does
Yeah.
it clearly show the first mechanized or the first independent coastal army insignia on it?
Proudly displayed first mech.
Duos goes over comms. Oh, how the mighty have fallen to have such.
You know, you start to say that, and then you lock blades, and then you're immediately overpowered as you're thrown on basically for the sheer mass of this thing hitting you right into your sword as you stumble back into the ground.
You can hear Duos grunt and groan as he's thrown around into the cockpit. You can hear the horror wailing as he's bounced around it like a plinko machine.
And you know,
Haro Plinko.
as you
Horror plinko.
you get your bearings, Duos. What you see happen is you look up just about as this giant Gundam is about to like slice you in two, and you raise your shield, and it takes it for you. I'm applying 5 damage to your shield. Would you like to drop it?
I'm gonna throw it at him. So I'm gonna do two things. I'm going to throw my shield at him, and I'm just going to gun my thrusters to full to try and create just a cloud of sand around us, both that I can, hide in.
Alrighty, that would be another reaction.
That's fine.
You
Things are not looking good.
Yeah, not looking good, especially considering the fact that you're a Mark II and this is a Mark IV. So that's at current moment, a 14-point difference in your scores.
Damn.
Please make me a ordnance shot.
Ordnance? Wait, why ordnance?
Because you're throwing
Hello?
the shield.
Oh, I guess that makes sense, yes. I got a 9. I think that should net what? 1, 2 degrees of success?
Let me see. 9. That's 2 degrees of success. And, you throw it and he just bats it out of the way.
If anyone has like video comms with Duos, he's not looking too hot right now.
I hear a fire alarm.
No, that's a microwave.
No, 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 no more. No more fire drills. No. I'm not walking down 12 flights of stairs in my hotel again.
Now, Duos, please make me a roll for tact slight mobility.
Snake Eyes, 7.
I did.
Thank you, Sammy.
If you keep this up, you're gonna run into a forest awakening test pretty soon.
Yes, I am.
So that's 1 for slight, 6. That's a 12, and you said you got a 7. That's 6 successes.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappearing into the sandstorm.
You do so. And Charles is gonna pass to Patch.
Okay.
Stinky.
Step up and fight.
What am I?
son.
What am I doing at the moment? Okay, so I'm on the subflight system, right?
Yeah.
With Clyde.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, Clyde has a free dodge at the moment and is at a reaction on top of that if you want to do something aggressive.
Okay.
You know.
I My instinct is to try to sort of do some kind of disabling shot towards the Gundam. Like shoot off like an arm or something like that. Um, but that might just be stupid. But you did say I could try something aggressive, so
Would you like to use your reaction to make this a flat?
you know what? Sure. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna try to shoot off one of the Gundam's arms.
Alrighty. So a thing about this. So it's a called shot, and this is nimble 2 mobile
Yeah.
suit.
Okay.
Which means it's going to be done on -2. You're trying to shoot
Okay.
off an arm. You need at least 4 successes for this to do full damage, even if you beat
Okay.
Charles. Please make me a tact firearm systems.
Okay. Let's see if I can do that. What's my tact? I don't remember. Oh, that's not great. It's fine. Okay, so the flat roll, it's an 11 to hit. I don't think this is gonna work, but that's okay. Ow. Okay. Okay. Six successes?
Ooh.
Does that get me something?
No, actually.
Darn.
Clyde,
I
you have to
tried.
suddenly take a hold of the sticks as you bank away as a beam comes at you, and Patch, your shot is ruined.
Um,
Duos, what you're about to hear is over a speaker, not a radio. You hear a man yell, "Patch, where are you?"
Uh-oh.
Patch does not respond. But if anybody is on visual comms with him, his like eyes go wide. He just freezes. Like the mobile suit, like kind of he's like gripping the controls. The mobile suit itself kind of freezes. Um, he's like breathing very heavily. He's trying not to panic. But he doesn't
In the game,
respond.
Pat.
What'd you say? I'm so sorry.
Stay in the game. Stay focused.
Duos is handling affirmation, so Lance is going to take over shit talk and will say, hey, are you Charles? I'm the one who shot your son down and took him prisoner.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Patch looks more
Good to
panicked.
meet
if
you. I'm his new
anything.
CO.
Perry, thank you for this opportunity to to get
You're
along
welcome,
to the next
Gumline.
scene. I
You're
want to spend a
welcome,
narrative
Gumline.
point.
I've got. You're spending a narrative point?
Yeah, I'm spending a narrative
Uh-oh.
point.
No.
Awesome, excellent. I'm very glad I could help you in this one. I'm an eager collaborator.
Ooh, 1 success. That's all I need, though.
That's
I
all I
love
need.
making things horrible for Patch. That's all I want.
Lands. Suddenly you see a little, what looks like a disc. Just sort of like extend near you,
What the hell is that?
and then it fires a beam at you.
Can Duo see this as well?
Yes, it's on a wire.
It's a funnel.
It's
No,
remote.
it's not.
Psst, yeah.
It's remote weaponry, but I'm not sensing a new type.
Yeah, it's on a wire.
So I
and-
have been shot. I take it. Go by.
Yeah, your shield takes it though. It's a HP1. Do you want to drop it?
Yeah. Let's get that nimble up.
You now have Nimble 2. Congratulations.
It's a wired bit.
Wow. I guess that really pissed you off, huh?
Look out!
I can see why he turned out to surrender so quickly if his dad strikes from the shadows.
Duos, actually no, Lance. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh my god.
Hey,
I'm gonna
Duos has
spend.
plenty of opportunities.
I'm gonna spend another narrative point.
Oh my god, thank you.
I'm saving Duos right now, unironically. From getting
Oh,
booked.
But
go!
Duos wants to shit talk too.
Oh no, that's really bad.
Yeah.
Patch wants to go
Oh.
home.
Oh.
That's
How bad
not.
it is, Goma.
Well, you're up shit's creek now.
Hey, one is. Tell me something new.
So that's 7 successes on my end.
Can I shoot down that bit?
Actually, it's not a bit, it's the beam rifle.
Oh,
Lands it. You see a Charles bring the beam rifle over to you, level it, train it on you. And one moment, I need to make a
can I
roll.
shoot that?
No, I need to make a roll.
Just a question, real quick. Where am I in relation to all of this?
You're flying up above. You get an excellent view, a balcony seat almost,
Okay.
of all of this
Okay.
bullshit.
Because I was gonna say, if things reach a certain level, somebody about to die, I could patch trying to do something stupid and jump in between them.
However,
Well,
Lands
rest assured, I can't do anything to him because I don't have actions yet.
or reactions. You're completely tapped.
Reactions.
What you do see Lands as you've been had, essentially. There's nothing in this very moment that you can do to stop this. You see from above a pellet of basically mobile suit sized buckshot come in from the top and destroy the beam rifle. As the Gundam retracts its hand, and if you were to look up, you see from above a Rick Diaz, a blue one, blue and white Rick Diaz, diving right in on Charles.
And just kind of laughs at Charles and goes, "See, that's how you raise a pilot."
And then you see the Rick Diaz step off and use the subflight system as a weapon, as the Mark IV sidesteps, and then the Rick Diaz is punched away by the Mark IV. And then lands. You hear Hunt's voice yell, "Get back in the fight, you fucking moron!" As you see the two of them start to chase each other, and says, "I have this one."
I wish I could, but unfortunately, there's some strange mechanical force binding my action.
God has decided I can't move anymore.
Yeah, I've done my JRPG turn, Hunt. I gotta wait a bit. Sorry.
And I'm gonna pass to the third Zeku as Charles is being preoccupied at the moment. And it's gonna take a shot at you, Duos. What do?
Wait for a moment. What are you doing?
Huh? What did you just say?
I stepped away for a moment. What is happening?
Hunt has
Charles got
intervened.
chased off Looney Time style by Hunt.
Yeah, no. I know that part.
You're getting shot by a Zeku.
I don't think I have any reactions left.
You do not.
However, actually, but you two have 2 actions. If you'd like to spend a narrative point, you can turn those into reactions.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a narrative point. I'm just going to fire back.
Very well, then. Please make this tact firearm system at a -2.
All right, so that is. I'm getting a lot of 8, so I'm going to re-roll. All right, that's a 9.
That is 5 successes on your end.
And I'm just going to blow his arm off. And I'm
You
going to
didn't-
laser line whoever's.
You didn't specify that. But you do win that thingamabobber. That's.
And Duos is going to laser line him. You really aren't giving the Ulysses division a good name, but you are a Titan, so what should I expect?
Wait one. As you know, you get a clean shot off on this Zeku, and the armor eats it for the most part. You know, there's some fizzling around the shoulder that you hit, but it seems to be mostly intact and still operable.
But the beam rifle is out of the equation, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. No reply from the pilot?
No reply. Let's see. I'm gonna pass it to you, Anne, because I'm feeling generous.
Cool. So, Anne, I think this would be a cool idea. Is Lance going to chase after Charles?
Don't.
Why?
Yeah, it's hunt spray now, as far as he's concerned.
All right. In that case, I'm considering having Anne stop by Elan's with the base jabber and tell him to get on. She's gonna do that. Hop on, Lance.
Why? All the fighting's down here.
Good point. And Anne is going to start flying above the ground. Let's see, nearby Zeku. She picks out a nearby Zeku and strafes it with her beam rifle.
The one in your hand, correct?
Yep.
Alrighty then.
Assuming they're in range.
I'd like you to roll me a snapshot. And which Zeku are you attacking?
What were my options again?
First, second, third, and fourth. I would not attack the third solely on the account of I would use residual damage to just eat the attack from its earlier shrug off, which was 6 successes.
Let's see. Let's go for the first Zeku.
It doesn't have a reaction, so just attack. Would you like to use your reactions to have a better odd of killing this thing?
I will use a reaction, yes.
Give yourself a +2.
Right, that is a... Alright. There's a threshold. Well, there's a threshold of 14 next to that. And now I'm gonna roll. That is a result of 10, so 5 successes. To blow away that Zeku.
One moment.
Uno momento.
Okay then. So you said 5 successes? So that's 9 damage, if I remember correctly. Top of my head.
I believe so.
9 damage. You get a solid hit on this thing. So that's 6, 3, down to 3 frame. And who would you like to pass to? As you're flying past this Zeku, and you're flying low to the ground, I believe you said.
Yep, not literally hovering along the ground, but like close enough to get good shots.
As you
It's
know,
a flyby attack.
as you get a good bead out over the dune on this Zeku, you see it slowly start to turn your way as you take a shot, and it stumbles to the ground before getting up as you zoom past its field of vision and on to the next dune. Who would you like to pass your turn?
And Anne will pass to... Who wants to go next?
It's either Duos or an enemy.
Shit, is Duos here? No? Fuck. I guess it has to be the enemy if Pancake isn't here.
Alrighty then, who do you want to pass to? The first Zeku or the fourth?
Yep, let's give the first Zeku a shot.
Good, because that's the one you damaged.
Yep.
So, as you're zooming past, it like opens up with its missiles. Fires a barrage. You're forced to, twist and turn and dodge. Put in your check modifier a -3 because he suppressed you.
Ooh, chose to suppress.
Yep, and the fourth Zeku is going to attack you and making it aimed. My question is, when you dodge, would you like to use your dodge from your snapshot? Wait, just a minute. Wait, no, never mind. You have a reaction, just make a dodge. I assume you're going to dodge as your reaction to being
Yep.
shot at.
That's a move check with the subflight system, right?
Yep, your subflight system move check.
I would like to... Is it possible to spend a narrative point to get a bonus on this?
As a +2, yeah.
Yep, I would like to do that.
You may do so.
Ooh, that is a very good roll. It is a result of 5 against a threshold of minus of...
Did you make sure to account for being suppressed?
Yep.
Good,
Threshold
good.
of 11, add the narrative points back. That would be a total of 9 successes, I believe.
You successfully dodge your way out of, this beam rifle flare. Pancake, have you returned?
Anne is going to deliver some mockery.
Yes.
A nice
Set a
try,
close
you
care
can't hit
center.
me even with both of you.
Duos,
Yes.
you are last to go. Your enemies have no reactions and no actions.
All right, perfect. So the Grund Zeku Eins that I
Also,
blew the beam rifle off, I am just
just also remember
yes,
this.
consult.
Yeah. Weren't
I'm
you?
gonna first Duos is going to do a check on his own squad before combat, and he's going to take a look down at the video comms that he has. I'm assuming he sees Patch very, stressed.
Yeah.
Patch is hyperventilating. And like he doesn't even have
And
his
the
hands
game's
on the
like, come
controls
on.
anymore. He's like, he's panicking.
You all right, Pat? Stay with me, kid.
She's gonna kill him. Or he'll kill her. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
All right. Duos is going to take a deep breath. I'll make sure that doesn't happen, Patch. And then he's going to charge the Zeku Eins and cleave it shoulder to hip, and then just run past it. You know the boost jump that the GPO2 does when they steal it from Torrington Base?
Yeah, that's just how mobile suits can act in gravity.
Yes, that's what Duos is going to do after he essentially just does like the samurai dual quick draw shit on the Zeku Eins, leaving it with less limbs. And then he's just going to chase after where
Which Seku?
the Zeku that I was already engaging. I believe it's the third one?
I think
The
second,
one with no
actually.
beam rifle.
That's the second Seku.
Second? All right, I'm going to do that then.
Please make me a poise. A melee reactor.
All right, that is a 10.
That's one success. No, wait, just making sure you're actually looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, that's 7 successes. I was looking at your shrug off. I'm
Oops.
gonna add a mobile suit victory as you handedly disable this thing.
And then he's going to go running off to where Hunt and Belmont are fighting.
Move check, please.
Okay. 9.
6 successes. All right then. Lance,
Hmm?
you see Duos leaving the battlefield and going pretty obviously to where Hunt and Belmont ran off to. Any comments to say?
Lance takes a moment to consider ordering him back, but in the end decides that Duos is technically still obeying his order of use your instincts and best judgment. So he's just going to there's a mental of what the fuck is he doing? He needs to get back, and then he goes, well, he must have noticed something that I'm not seeing, so I'll focus on what's in front of me. And Lance is a pretty relaxed commanding officer overall, but depending on how this goes, it might change.
Uh-oh. That's ominous.
So, as Duos was the last one to go, it goes to the enemies this top of this turn. And that is a failed team action maneuver.
Oof.
That's really rough, guys. That's rough.
Skill issue, lol. Get good.
These are the veterans of Dakar.
You're gonna give Duo shit now that you fought the first mech?
It's in the back of Lance's mind. I'm not gonna lie. He was really expecting a lot more with how Duos was talking about these.
So is the ground type Zeku supposed to be a budget model?
Well, the thing is, when you look at the Zeku, that thing should not be able to operate in gravity. Just generally speaking.
Just like the bumblebee, it is too fat to fly, but it simply does not care what humans think.
Anne is going to accuse it of being a height moments and aura suit.
It's a fraud.
That's the entirety of what Sentinel is. It's hype moments and aura.
Real.
You see the first Zeku start to move back as you see a what looks like a retreat flare because you're all trained on federal standards. And you're hearing a signal coming through from, you're looking at your radios, everyone, and you can't believe it. It's a parliamentary order for the Titans to cease hostilities.
Anne is going to think to herself, well, I'm not, good thing I'm not a Titan anymore. And then wait, are we out of
No.
combat time?
No.
And that is perfidy. That is perfidy.
That's a war crime.
All right, somebody tell her not to before her turn then.
Clyde.
No war crimes.
Actually, no, not
bestie.
Clyde. Lance.
Why are you giving it to me? I can't stop anyone.
No. I want you to roll me a posed roll versus Anne.
What?
I
Order
need
her
you.
not to commit a war crime.
Yeah,
in
charms
time.
leadership lands. Anne, please roll me poise composure. Your failures will count as successes for this one.
Oh my god, another 9.
You need.
Can I roll something other than a 9? Like,
Number
in
9. Number
case
9.
it was a threshold of 10, so 9, 2 success.
Anne?
Let's see. That was it tact plus composure?
Poise.
Poise plus composure. Oh, that's 1 success.
Oh, congratulations, Anne. Reroll.
All right. Let us. Oh dear, that changes things.
Roll for war crimes.
2 failures.
And you got 2 successes, Lance?
I believe so. Let me double check the threshold just to be sure. 7,
You said-
8. Yeah, it would have been 2 successes.
Lance, you just want to spend a narrative point to win this?
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's end this silliness.
Lance. You
Anne
see
is
Anne
leveling her
as,
beam
some of
rifle at-
these Zekus are, starting to waver on the parliamentary order from the General Assembly in Dakar for the Titans to lay down their arms and cease hostilities. That some of them are wavering, and Anne is about to raise her beam rifle. You can see it. And gun one of them down.
There's like a blinding motion of thrusters, and Lance has literally arm locked Anne's mobile suit and says, Anne, that's perfidy. We don't do that.
What's perfidy?
I'll explain later.
I don't get it. The retreat.
I don't care.
They told the Titans
Follow my
to
order.
stand down. Okay. And Anne does not shoot the guy.
And then lands over open comms to the Zekoans will say, throw down your beam rifles. You hear that as much as I do. If you'd like to be traitors to the Federation, by all means, keep resisting.
You see, the ones immediately in front of you comply, but you see some, along with, Hyzax and some, Titans, Gym 2s, start to break off and just retreat. About, I don't know, a quarter of them complied with the order from Dakar.
All right.
If they're not surrendering,
Lance will
then
just oversee their disarmament and have his squad basically keep them under watch and get them out of their mobile suits and organized into an area for capture by the infantry.
So, Duos, as this is starting to wrap up, you find the Rick Diaz without an arm, locking swords with the Mark IV with Beaumont, old man Beaumont. And they're exchanging bouts every now and then, and it's not going well for the commander. What do?
Oh,
Were you there to listen to that? Duos?
Yes.
Hello?
Maybe he disconnected again.
Hello.
I'll get back to this. Pin in that. Lance.
Okay.
And everyone else who's not duos at this very moment, please take 1 mind damage. And fatigue body. Since Clyde hasn't spoken in a while, I'll ask you to do your emotional reactions to what's happening first.
Just a big sigh that we're fated to bump into Patch's family over and over again.
I'm back. Hello. My data shit out. Many such cases.
We'll get back to you in a moment.
Okay. Hopefully my data doesn't shit out again.
Clyde is also kind of waiting to see if he needs to fire at the Gundam Mark IV or if it's gonna back down.
You don't see the Gundam Mark IV, Clyde. That's they've wandered off to do who knows what.
Oh, they're gone.
How'd your
I guess Clyde is watching all the.
fatigue body go?
It's fatigue body that subtracts new type rank and not fatigue mind, right?
Correct.
That is 2 failures.
Clyde?
Let's see. 10. That's 4 failures on fatigue body.
Please take D3 mind damage to both of you. Lance, how are you doing on your combat fatigue?
I think I got 1 failure on the body fatigue.
Wait, did you kill anyone today?
No.
Scratch that then. Just take the 1 mind. Actually, no, don't take any mind damage because you fought in defensive
I'm
hunt
great.
today.
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's a great day.
Am I doing fatigue and body or?
No, you're not a new type, so you don't have to worry about both. I'll prompt you to do one or the other. Duos.
Okay.
Yes.
You come across Hunt's Rick Diaz and the Mark IV duking it out on the dunes with beam sabers. The Rick Diaz is missing an arm.
All right, I gotta step in.
And they keep clashing, and you notice his Hunt immediately tries to retract and build more distance, which Beaumont doesn't let happen. And she's clearly losing this fight of sabers.
Duos is going to go over open comms. Does Duos know his Beaumont's first name?
You heard
Yeah,
a
I
man
would have.
say it.
I would have told you by now. It's Charles.
Charles, for the sake of your son, surrender.
One moment. Oh my.
Do you want me to roll my special boy stats?
At this point, it wouldn't matter. This guy says, as easy for a traitor to say as he starts to back off as everyone else is leaving. I wouldn't bother attacking if I were you.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on.
Well, you'd have to beat a critical, so.
And Duos, after hearing him call him a traitor, says, "The Titans killed my best friend, tried to propagandized his murder, tried to kill me and my family. And you have the gall to call me a traitor. The Federation has betrayed me.
As you know, the Titans leave the battlefield, and you have successfully followed your orders. You have prevented any Titans from making it to Dakar.
Do we get any victories for the prisoners of war?
That's shared by
Not
the
like
unit.
that. No, like just. I figured as much.
Unless you want to
We're
single-handedly
happy.
claim all of these.
Yeah, whoa, no, we are not doing that. I'm putting a pin in that before anyone gets an idea. Like, we are not doing that.
It's
I'm
me.
taking
I did it
the-
all.
The
I'm
order from
taking the two
Dakar.
Hyzax, the Zeku, and the.
Yeah.
I'm taking the two Hyzax, the Zeku, and the
I've already been
base
adding.
jabber that I downed.
Yeah, I've already been adding up your kills too.
So, like, I'm almost at 25 now, right?
Let me see. When it comes to just mobile suits, you are 23 currently.
Yep.
Anne is at 2.
So, everyone, glorious day, back on the job. Lands, when you see Hunt come back, the Rick Diaz looks like dog shit. It looks trashed.
Lance's grin wavers for like a moment, which is something I don't think a lot of people have seen before, but it quickly reasserts itself. And he would yank off his helmet and kind of wave it at Hunt.
You know, from the mobile suit cockpit, she yells, "You know, your loud mouth's gonna get you killed one of these days."
They could try.
Try, they almost did. You're lucky I was here today.
You're right. And he just grins.
Duos is going to look at the Titans prisoners that they have. Does he recognize any of them?
You recognize like one who is what was it? You know, the name rings a bell. You met him at a party with like Philippe one time. Captain now though, so
Is it Glove?
who?
Okay, so no, this is a character I've not had a direct interaction with.
Gomai doesn't remember Philippe's apprentice, so sad.
No, it's like a passing acquaintance you and Philippe had. You know, part of the battalion. You didn't know him very well. Philippe probably knew him a lot better.
Philippe knew everyone though, so that doesn't say much. Like,
Duos is going to walk over to him and say, at least they didn't replace all of you with newborn Titans.
He says, "Well, we all get old. Everyone gets old at some point." He looks you up and down.
Anne is going to walk up to the prisoners of war and try and pick out Zeku number 1. If she'd have any means of distinguishing them.
Not really.
Okay, which one of you was in the Zeku that I shot?
They look at each other. He's like, "Who are you?"
Oh, I was the one you tried to suppress with missiles before shooting, and you missed completely.
They all share a look. It's like, could you be more specific?
You know, the Nemo on the base jabber.
Oh, then some guy raises his hand.
Anne is going to point him and say, "You're lucky Parliament told you to surrender. I was going to win."
He looks at you funny. Isn't this a... Didn't you just... Wait, let me think of the words. I, Go Mine, am struggling to put this in words.
Was it gonna be you won? Like you
He's
literally
like,
just won?
he's like, what do you mean? You would? You did?
Oh yeah, we did. Fancy that. Uh, And I should be noting this tone is slightly sarcastic. She's not only just realizing this. Anne is, since she is having a fairly bad time post-battle, she has decided to exult in her victory. And she turns to Patch. Good teamwork, Patch.
Oh, okay. I guess I am out of my cockpit. I was gonna say he didn't cockpit, but that's fine. He's just kind of trying to keep to
You know what
himself.
would actually be absolutely insane? Uh,
What?
Anne, you say that? There's no Patch next to you.
Yeah, Anne looks next to her. Where'd Patch? I could have sworn he came out of his.
Hard cut. Patch, your cockpit. What are you doing?
He is like sitting on on the seat of the cockpit. He hasn't even opened the hatch. You know, he's powered down like all the doors or whatever, like the bare minimum, so he can just watch what's going on outside. But he's kind of like pulled his knees up to his chest, you know, sitting in like a little ball, um, in the mobile suit cockpit. And he has his helmet off. He looks like he's been crying, but like he's trying to stop. Um, but he's not very clearly not having a good time.
Can I do something very
Um,
funny?
yeah.
Patch, if you look up at your main monitor, you can see Haro flying up, yelling patch, 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 and then falling back down several times.
He opens the cockpit
You can see
like
Duos
this.
throwing his Haro up to your cockpit,
What
catching
arm on
him, and
Duos?
doing it again.
That's like at least 10 meters up there. How are you doing that?
Maybe his
He's
mobile suit
back.
like kneeled down or whatever, you
It's
know,
like the
because they were
Chariot,
like,
but Duos does the horror throw.
Why do you
yeah.
need the bubble
Pro-
suit if you're that
Haro
strong?
has boosters. Haro has boosters. It's okay.
Dude should be playing in the
Um,
NBA.
he kind of like opens the cockpit a little bit and
MLB.
like looks out. Um,
How you feeling, kid?
I'll be fine.
Your old man's doing fine. I gave the lieutenant, or the commander, a run for her money, and he called me a traitor. But he's alive. Tried getting him to surrender, but he's not listening to Parliament's edict.
That sounds right. I mean, I'm glad he's okay, but guess I probably shouldn't say that too around certain company.
I think quite a few people would understand.
Um, and he like
Most
gets
part.
on the line to lower himself down. Um, he still very much looks like he's been crying. Um, it's like, is everybody? I guess everybody made it out all right.
Yep.
Okay, that's good.
Hmm. If you're done speaking there, should I do a thing?
Sure, why not? Unless Clyde
Alright.
wants to do something.
Alright. Anne pats
Not right now.
the pocket. The pocket in Anne's jacket does not contain medication. It has not contained medication since last time. Still, she pats it as if she's expecting to find some there. And then she turns to the surrendering, ordered to stand down by Parliament soldiers, and goes, "Okay, are any of you cyber new types?"
One of them says, "Those freaks."
Duos face palms.
And rounds on him. "What did you say?"
You see a big guy and says, "You heard me."
Yeah, I did hear you. I'm giving you the opportunity to take that back.
This man stands his ground, and you see him widen his stance.
Duos gets behind Dan.
Anne does not notice Duos if he's behind her. She cracks her neck. And then she pops her shoulders. And then she pops her knuckles, looking at the man.
Duos lands. Are you gonna stop this, Clyde? Anyone?
Duo said he's over there. I'm letting Duos handle it. I was gonna go talk to Clyde.
You want to talk
Patch
about...
is trying to get out of this general area without anybody noticing him
Yeah, Patch
You
is.
wanna talk...
or recognizing him
Yeah,
in
Patch is.
the crowd of Titans.
Patch is predisposed, but anyone else? Duos, do something.
Yeah, anyone...
Clyde's walking over a little.
You want to talk
a little
about...
late.
You want to talk about freaks? Who do you think beat you? Yeah,
Duos is gonna put a hand on Anne's shoulder.
Who's the reject now?
That's enough, Anne. There's no reason to be. There's no reason to be a sore winner.
He called me a freak. I'm not gonna take that. Anne's eye twitches.
Well, if you throw a punch first, that's abuse of a POW.
But Anne is going to make a leap in logic. Alright, fine. I won't physically abuse him. And then she turns to the guy and goes, "Hey, how does it feel being ordered to stand down by Parliament?"
You
Just
see him
use
take a breath through the
and-
nostril and start to seethe.
And that's usually how things work.
You want to talk about freaks and rejects? Or rejected by order of Parliament? How does it feel?
Tinch, I have a question.
Yeah?
How tall is Anne and how much does she weigh?
She's like 5'8" and average for that height.
Okay,
However,
Duos is literally going to just pick her up and fireman carry her away from this guy.
Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? And then she remembers that a second lieutenant outranks a sergeant, right?
I did severely.
What are you doing, sir?
I'm de-escalating the situation, and warrant officer Anne.
Sergeant, it's even worse.
Sergeant.
Man's head actively, like, twitches at this. He started it.
And I'm ending it.
Clyde lands.
Clyde's probably just gonna now get here. And don't worry about them; they're just sore losers. All Titans are.
And
He's gonna
lands.
just
Walks up upon you,
look at me.
Clyde, and says,
Clyde, did you get any victories this time?
Just a base jabber again.
Hey, it's still a victory. A victory is a victory.
We just have to stack the squad.
"Your Captain Buser said better than me. Still 0 for 0. And he like raises his hands up with a circle in it.
Yeah, you'll get yours eventually.
Does he even pilot a mobile suit?
Yes. He pilots a Rick Diaz, and he's still got no kills.
Who was this? Who said that?
Captain Buser, carrots.
Oh, Carrots. Yeah. The company commander. I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly.
Yes,
I
yes.
couldn't quite hear. Yeah, and Lance goes, see, you're still ahead of the company commander.
Clyde's just kind of deflate.
Hey, don't be like that. Again, you did good today. You should chin up. And look, we beat him. The Parliament ordered them to stand down. Federation Assembly said no more Titans.
I'll believe no more Titans when I see it.
Well, we're probably going to be dealing with Titans remnants for the next, 5 years now. But hey, we beat him.
Keeps us in a job.
What?
I wouldn't call it remnants. I'm going to say most.
Why
of
are you
them
being
just
fireman
remnants.
here? You know what? I don't care. Go on, Clyde.
It's because one of the prisoners of war was provoking me.
Sore loser Titans. It's just the usual.
Oh, got it. All right. Lance again turns his attention back to Clyde. He no longer cares about sore loser Titans. They lost.
I doubt it's just remnants. I doubt most of them would surrender.
True. I guess that's good news then. More time for you to rack up some victory.
Yeah.
You want to be on point for the next deployment? That way you get the first shot in?
Sure.
All right. Sounds good. Remind me about it. I'll probably get excited and forget if you don't. And Lance just shoves his hands in his shorts and starts walking away.
Clyde's probably following.
Psst. 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 Lance. Barry.
Yeah, I know. That's coming up next.
Oh?
Lance is going to look over his shoulder at Clyde and be like, by the way, I need opinions on ace colors, because I'm almost a double ace at this point, and they're telling me I have the right to put it on. I was thinking of just flipping hunts, instead of blue and white, white and blue.
Well, let me get the Lance
Maybe.
reaction image.
Yeah, Hunt is like... Okay, Hunt is Lieutenant Mom, right?
She is Lieutenant Mom, but she's a commander. A lieutenant commander. Should be a major in the army.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hunt is like your mother, right?
And I'm sorry, I can't really have a conversation with you while Duos is carrying you away. So if you want to convince Duos to put you down, I'd be happy to get your feedback on this, but right now I can barely hear you.
Anne scrambles out of Duos's grasp. And
Like a cat.
To stand up. Yeah, exactly like a cat.
Maybe white and red with a target drawn on. You sure like to get attention.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, you should draw the target on the strongest part of your suit.
Why? I would put it on the cockpit. That's where I am.
No, you draw it on the part that takes hits best, because then they'll shoot that part first.
Well, that's a little too deceptive. Where's Patch? I want Patch's opinions, too.
You see Patch slinking off.
Patch!
Patch over there sneaking away.
Lance hops up and waves.
Patch looks at the door and and then back at Lance and kind of accepts that he can't get out of this. Kind of
What?
slowly walks over.
Patch looks at the non-existent door in this desert
Yeah,
you're
okay,
in.
well not you know what I'm trying to say. Somewhere I can go inside.
You know what a great point this would be, actually, for this conversation? We could go get drinks.
You mean more rations that you stored on the Audumla?
Hell yeah.
Which is who the hell
Extra
knows where?
rations.
There
no,
are
Patch
ways
is
of finding alcohol in the Aduma.
You don't even
Patch
know
is-
where the Audumla is.
Doesn't matter.
Bitch
I can smell it.
can smell the alcohol from here. No, Patch very much looks like he's been crying. But he comes up anyway.
Lance pulls out a bottle of Everclear. They make this from the light fluid. Anyways, Let's go find the closest thing to a table. He starts wandering around looking for a stump or something that could serve as a table. If worse comes to worse, he will just use his mobile suit's foot with like a tarp covering the toe.
Actually, you have something better than that. You have an
Excellent.
enemy wrecked mobile suit, but to use.
Oh, that's so true. Actually, Lance leads everyone over to one of the wrecked mobile suits. There's like a little protective tarp over the section they're going to use as a table, so that the sun doesn't burn everyone as soon as they sit down. And then he just pops a squat in the middle of the desert and offers up this very rancid bottle of like 99% alcohol that has clearly just been manufactured by someone because there was no other alcohol around.
And gives it a go.
Slow,
Anne,
slow, and
Anne,
slow.
Anne,
And slows down. Yeah?
you're about to bring it to your lips and you feel the bottle being taken away.
And looks to the source, to the direction the bottle is being taken in.
You see Chev, and he's holding 2 bottles of wine. I think these would do far better, no?
Chev, pop a squat.
He sits down.
Chev brought the alcohol. So Clyde, try to tolerate him. He claps him on the shoulder and then looks back over at Chip. What brings you
I'm
over
not
to our
drinking
little
any.
corner of paradise? Sorry, go ahead, Clyde.
I'm not drinking any.
I'll drink it first to prove to you it's not poison.
You know what,
Not
Clyde,
that
that
I don't
reminds
want
me
it.
of? I can't
I'll
remember
do it
who the name was, but this was Kiwi Victorian Cross earner, who after the war got his own farm in New Zealand. And any time someone would walk in with something obviously made in Germany, like a watch or even clothes like Adidas, or like would come onto the farm with a Mercedes, he would force them to go off his property and leave whatever the German item was outside.
Amazing. All right. Well, in that case, Lance will just shrug, take the Everclear back from Chev, and hand the Everclear back over to Clyde so he has something to drink.
Thank you, boss.
Anne is going to reach for the wine.
I would be a bad CO if I did not provide to my troopers' needs. Where's Duos? Is he coming over here or did he get lost? I guess he got lost. Well, he'll find us eventually.
Patch takes a bottle of something. He's not being very picky. And
You get a hold of it,
like he takes this.
Patch. If you take a look at it,
What?
it's aged 15
Yeah.
years.
He takes a small drink at first, but he does not want to be here or have thoughts. Um, so
Thoughts are so
if nobody
complicated.
stops him, yeah, exactly. He doesn't want to think about any of this. If nobody stops him, he's going to drink a lot.
That's fine. We encourage that here.
Anne is also going to drink.
Clyde's also going to drink too much before he
Especially
gets
when it's
too
fucking
sloshed.
Everclear.
Before he gets too sloshed, he's gonna be like,
Everclear.
Pat-
Yeah,
You
if-
put it in your mouth, that's too much.
before he takes the sip.
Versus, I'm just
Patch.
imagining the most cursed options. You have the extremely expensive wine bought likely by Xeon Gold
Wondered.
versus 1 week old Everclear.
Manufactured by the mechanics.
The moonshine?
Patch does not give a shit if it's enough to make him stop feeling like shit and thinking about how much everything
Oh,
like
Patch,
this right now is
if you're
good
gonna
enough.
if you're gonna do that, please trade 1 body for 2 mind, in addition to your D2 mind health you're getting back right now.
Hey, you know what? You know what's a great way to get cyber new type trauma
Okay.
back? Drink a shit ton Tenchi right now.
That's a great idea. But Anne, on the verge of poor impulse control, drinks a lot.
Chug,
And then
chug, chug, chug.
Chug, chug, chug.
Chug,
She
chug.
turns to Patch and asks, "So that Charles guy is your dad, right?"
Patch just kind of like glares over at her for a second.
And doesn't
What do you
react
think?
glaring.
Take a wild fucking guess.
What's he like?
On a personal level.
Yeah, on a personal
Why
level.
do you want to know?
I'm curious.
Well, he raised me and was there when nobody else was me and now figure out how to be the opposite side of a battlefield. So I'm not really in the mood for reminiscing.
I wish I had a dad.
Thank you, Anne.
I don't have one anymore. Because Zeke's got him.
You see Chev cough as like pours a glass out for himself in like your shitty like tin cups that you're all given in your mess kits.
Chev,
Clyde's gonna.
you okay?
This Duos comes stumbling over, obviously pre-game before this.
Clyde's just gonna look at Chev squirm and say, "Oh, me too, Anne. Zeke's got mine as well." just staring at Chev.
And looks between Clyde and Chev. What, is something going on?
Oh, please leave the man alone. Let's not sour the victory. We beat the Titans today.
He brought
I
two
have a
very
very-
nice bottles of wine.
Yeah, and he brought excellent wine over. Now, we have a very important matter to discuss, which is why I assembled all of you. Lieutenant Commander Hunt has ordered me to actually get ace colors, and while I was considering just using her colors, I've been informed in some circles that can be seen as rude. And while Hunt seemed touched when I suggested it, I don't want to accidentally give the wrong impression. So far, we have one really good suggestion by Clyde, which is red and white stripes instead of blue and white. I had initially thought white and blue to reverse the blue and white, but that might be a little difficult to tell the difference of in a pinch, so I want opinions. Consider it an open forum.
Anne raises her hand.
Gray and white.
Dark blue.
Dark
A-
Duos is
blue?
very sloth.
Yeah.
Anne's first instinct is just put it in Titan's colors.
I mean, I guess I could put it in dark blue,
think-
but that might make target identification a little difficult, Anne.
Well, we have.
I think
well,
red
we
and
know
gray
it's
suits you.
but they won't.
Gray? Why gray?
Well,
Nope.
I don't know.
We cannot
The
hear
red
you.
is slightly off from blue and gray is slightly off from white. I
Oh.
don't know.
Alright,
Made
interesting.
sense in my head.
You could still have the white and red and just have the blue and white, some kind of emblem.
It's not
The
a bad
gray,
idea.
you can still pay homage to
Oh, I can
the
hear you.
lieutenant commander without completely stealing her style.
True.
Just
true.
go a couple shades lighter or darker. And Duos kind of stumbles a bit while
Let's
trying to
ask
sit
our
down.
let's ask our resident from the foundation of ace culture when it comes to mobile suit. Chip, what do you think?
Well, considering the fact that it is a Xeon tradition for the most part, I would have to say that, of course, white in another color is very identifiable. However, that has been done to death since the end of the war. A
True.
color scheme that actually might suit you, Lieutenant Lance, would be a monocolor.
Oh.
Lance, what's your favorite color?
Uh what? Lance kind of pauses. He looks a little taken off guard.
What's your favorite color?
I don't know. And he
What do
just
you
kind of
what
laughs and takes another
what
sip.
what
I've
what
never
what?
really
what?
thought of
Do blue and
Well, think
pink.
about it right now.
uh huh. That's a tough one.
I am suggesting blue and pink.
Well, I think we're considering monocolors now, but thank you, and I really appreciate the suggestion. I don't really think pink's my color. I mean, it's
would look
kind of nice. I like it sometimes, but
What about purple? You like purple?
Eh.
Of course you say that. Pancake.
Everybody likes purple.
Patch just kind of shrugs and is like, I don't know. I still think red and gray. Maybe
Black
like white
red.
highlights, you know? I mean, red suits you, but you can't just be red. Because, you know.
There's so many reds. There's the red comet, red lightning, red wolf.
We red
So
giants.
many reds.
You can be
Yeah.
Johnny Ridden isn't real.
Red Rocket.
Who's Johnny Ridden?
Sorry.
Is that the
Um,
red comet?
Well, I doubt I have a nickname among the Titans already, so I don't think we have to worry about any ace aliases at least.
Hey, Chevy.
Hey, why'd they give Shar a cool nickname? I would have given him something humiliating.
I mean, he's one of the best mobile suit pilots.
Alive.
Yeah, Duos is gonna look over to Chevy and then realize, oh, you brought us wine.
You've just realized that now, Lieutenant?
Well, I
Asa,
pre-gamed in a debrief with the lieutenant commander, so obviously my faculties aren't entirely here.
speaking of commanders and Shar Aznable, you see Chev pull out a piece of paper. I believe you people may find this of interest.
Hmm?
He hands it to you, Clyde, first.
Clyde's gonna read it and then he's gonna spit Everclear everywhere.
And it starts, I would like to apologize by I would like to start by apologizing to the members of this assembly and all Federation citizens. And then you keep reading a little bit more, and then it gets to the part where it says, I have another name. I'm the man who was once known as Shar Aznable.
Duos literally falls over onto the ground in exasperation.
Patch is
Clyde's
too
just, like,
fucking out of
coughing.
it and busy with other mental shit for this
What?
to really
Shar-
register.
Shar
Also, like,
Aznable.
yeah.
Is this scoundrel really Xeon's red comet? And Anne's reaction is more along the lines of, what? Shar Aznable?
Clyde's just like pinching his nose and he's like, Patch, I know you're upset right now, but you got the best possible outcome. You know, your dad's alive. He's retreated. A bunch of Titans surrendered. We have a
You see
we
Clyde
have a
having a
Zeke as
mental breakdown.
we have a Zeke as a boss essentially.
We do?
Not just a Zeke, the Zeke. The fucking red comet.
Wow, no wonder we're winning.
It's
Hey, why
better
don't we...
than the Titans.
I thought we were the Federation. Why is Shar in us now?
Chev
This
looks
is a
right at you, Anne.
multinational coalition.
Chev, Anne looks back at Chev and quizzically, like she doesn't actually get it. All right, you were
Also,
acting
all of this is
weird
happening.
earlier.
Duos is
Zeke's-
clawing his way back up to his sitting position.
Anne looks at Chev and is like, all right, you were acting weird earlier. Did Zeke's get your family too?
Drinking so much Everclear.
No. And like Lance shifts over in the sand, like he like literally scoots around over to sit next to Chev and puts a hand on Chev's shoulder. Lieutenant Chevalier here is a former Xeon soldier.
As is a significant part of the brigade.
Indeed.
Significant part
Patch.
of what?
Oh,
Of the brigade, Sergeant.
Ah, the he brought the wine. Anne drinks again to soothe the as I said earlier, mid-key tweaking that she'd started doing.
You know, you're solving one problem with a different problem. You have all this
Yeah.
wine, and you have a headache. And if you use your wine to solve your headache, you don't have to worry about what you're going to do with the wine anymore.
And you don't have to worry about the headache until the headache returns with a vengeance.
Anne is going to turn to fuck it, anyone nearby and go, "Oh, did we get any cyber new type medicine? I have to take that or I get side effects."
Shep, could you ask the Colonel if we got any stockpiles like that?
One moment. It says, I heard something about, from intelligence at the very least, that Lady Mista would be aware of a former facility in Dakar. Perhaps we could pilfer something.
Good old raid and pillage. Lands punches into his open hand. Looks like
Hell
there's more
yeah.
fighting ahead then.
Patch like finishes the rest of what he was drinking in a shitty tin cup and reaches the fucking unholy Everclear bottle.
I have a question
And he's
to
just kind of
us.
like,
Yes.
You want to have a smoke in this moment? That fight with the Mark IV didn't go very well.
Yeah, Duos is going to. Anyone got a cigarette?
You know, Patch isn't looking too good either. You want to offer one?
You look like you need a smoke patch.
what the hell? Sure.
Duos
Why not?
takes Duos takes a pack out of his jacket, taps it on the makeshift table, picks one out with his fingers, lights it with his old brass Zeke lighter, and then picks another one out and hands it to Patch and lights it for him.
He just kind of looks at it like he's not really sure what to do with it at first, and then he like breathes in way too fucking hard and
Starts
saying,
packing.
"Oh fuck, oh god."
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it the first few times.
I don't know.
Have me, Chevy, pour me some of that Zeke wine, if you would please.
Actually, I can do you
What is
one
this?
better. Then you see Chevalier pull out a cigar and offer it to you.
What is?
Well, I'll still take the wine, but yes, the cigar would be nice.
Chef.
Yes, Lieutenant?
So are the rumors true about you and the Colonel?
Me and Lady Mista, how so?
Everyone on base says that you two are a couple and that you have a devoted romance that crosses the stars.
He coughs into his hand. Lieutenant Lance, and please do not insinuate such a thing.
I'm not
Duos pipes
insinuating.
up rather inappropriately. I don't care what Chev and the Colonel have going on, as long as I get to watch over Doki. I love that bird.
All right, well, I don't know what I'm insinuating. I'm just telling you what I heard.
Please, it's unprofessional.
What is?
A relationship between a superior and subordinate officer.
Right, it happens all the time in the AU. You're like half the mechanics
Especially
section
in
is together.
Xeon.
No.
Like he's drank too much of it already.
You know, everyone
Patch just
drinking
kind of
right
like
now.
sighs.
Just so I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
forget, just take D2 mind health back.
I think it's funny
Okay.
because Lands is like explicitly only taking like little sips now and then, so everyone else is getting fucking wasted in ways Lands has never seen before.
Oh, no. Like, Duos pre-gamed with Hunt. That's my
Patch does
excuse
not
for showing
fucking.
up for this late.
Um,
And
he
goes
just
back
kind
to
of like
before
leans
our
forward
fight.
on the table. Um,
On the mobile suit.
and
Yes, the table.
yeah, sorry, on the the impromptu mobile suit table. And it's just kind of like, okay, but what the fuck does this even mean for us anyway? Are there no more
What?
Titans? Is war over?
Well, with the Federation Assembly making the Titans stand down. By the way, this is Lance attempting to explain a political matter, so get ready.
Yeah.
I mean, it's over. We're the Federation military again. They're the traitors. It's that simple. I mean, I think there was a saying Hunt taught me once about the difference between the rebel army and the government army was based on who wins the war. We're very much in the we won and we're the government army again. It's kind of funny.
Does that
Yeah, how's
mean I
that
don't have to
for?
fight?
Yeah, we win.
Does that mean Charles isn't? I don't have to fight my dad anymore.
Well, I think your dad's probably going to try to make a heroic last stand, gathering whoever he can to him. That's what I would do.
We have to make sure we have to either make sure he surrenders or capture him.
Your dad's pretty
Well,
tough too. He's
Wait,
got good
let's
skill.
look at this logistically. The AEUG and by extension, the Federation control Earth once again. Jaburo is gone. It is a nuclear crater in the Amazon jungle. Kilimanjaro
Yeah.
base has fallen.
Did we do that?
The Titans have very few holds left on Earth. They must move to space. This is just, and he takes a very, very, very long drag from the cigar, almost a worryingly long drag. The conflict will move into space, and it will be the 1 year war all over again.
You know,
Yeah,
That's
but
what I
without
was
any
talking about
peace
earlier. This
well,
shit just doesn't.
Lieutenant Duos,
cigars.
Why do I
Chev
even
says,
fucking try?
if it's any consolation to that, then we are definitely going to win at this point. Speaking from personal experience, of course.
Yeah, I just hope
After all, they don't even have any of the industry that Side 3 did. I guess it is going to be over pretty soon.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Don't forget, Ed, about what happened at Payzun.
when
What happened to Pazoon?
Oh, don't you know? It's one of the major manufacturing sites, as well as Boaku and Solomon. They still have. What did they rename a Boaku?
the gate of Zedan.
Konpeki. No, no, Abaoku wasn't renamed, it was Solomon.
Actually,
Abaoku is still
Yeah,
Abaoku.
Solomon
no.
because
Abaoku is
Gate of
now
Sedan.
Zedan. Tenchi was right.
The gate Solomon is now Conpeto Island.
It's Pompey Island,
Confetto in
I
some
think.
translations.
Duo
Interesting.
shivers at the mention of Konpei Island.
You don't like Compe treats? That's what they
I
named
don't
it
like
after.
thinking about I don't like thinking about Solomon.
Oh, was
Well,
it a bad battle?
you haven't heard what happened to Solomon? Yeesh.
It was a
That's
bad battle when we took it in '79, and it was even worse when we had the naval review.
I
Rahan
saw it.
puts her hand
got
on
pictures of
Duos's shoulder in
You
quotation marks comfortingly.
Jules looks at Clyde. You have pictures of it. I lived it.
I was out there on the outskirts. I did some recovery.
That's when they had Big Zam.
Thank you, Anne.
Sorry, I gotta stop laughing over my.
Hold on.
I think when we
Jules
go
takes a sip of the wine and kind of relishes it.
you mentioned a place in Dakar, right, where they might have medicine?
Sorry, I accidentally pulled out my earphone jack. I have not heard like I don't know. I only got back in like 5 seconds ago.
You didn't miss much. It was mostly laughing a little bit of. Tenchi asked, well, Anne asked if there was a laboratory slash medicine in Dakar.
There was a lab. Emphasis on the word was.
Yeah, maybe we get yeah. But I think it would be nice to have medicine again. My head is starting to hurt, and I'm getting twitchy.
You want some Advil?
Yeah, that would have. And briefly recalls something about alcohol and painkillers, and then forgets it again. Yeah,
All right, well, just hold off until you're sober. Lance tosses the bottle over to her.
and
Hey,
points.
Chevy.
Hey, you think at the old lab they're gonna have? You think they're gonna have cyber new type machines like Gaplants?
I thought you meant machines that make cyber new types.
Cyber new
Yeah, they had
types.
machines. Well, if they had machines that made cyber new types, we could make you a cyber new type. She
No,
turns to
Sure.
Lance. Do you want to be a cyber new type, Lance?
I'm pretty good.
no.
I once had someone tell me I'm halfway there.
Yeah,
Lands, being a new type would take the
I'd say
challenge
you
out of
are
it.
Exactly that too.
Yeah, but I'd say yeah, you are kind of like you remind me of some people I know.
Well, thank you very much.
And nods.
So, what were you
Yeah,
going to ask Chevy do us? I heard you say something.
Chevy, when you guys got when you when the Zeeks lost Earth, where did you go afterwards?
Ah, I lived in a hole for 5 years.
You were just pure remnant,
like just laughing really loud.
a left behind battalion.
I was actually a regiment.
Sore losers.
You know, and then he looks at he like gets a contemplative look. 6 months after, we still had the illusions that the war was still really on. But as soon as we were down to the last mobile suit, and there wasn't even anything worth attacking anymore, we kind of all realized we were just stuck there. And being stuck there
What'd you do
left
after that?
a lot of thinking, Lieutenant. A lot of thinking.
Hmm,
Also farming. Do you have any idea how hard it
of
is to
course.
make a potato in a desert?
Yes, I'm
No.
very well aware of it. Where do you think I lived after I'd left Side 6?
I don't know, but I presume you'll tell me in excruciating detail.
I won't. I'll just say it's in the US,
The what?
North America.
Ah, I see.
Apologies, an old patriotic expression, even though it still is technically just the more North American states of the Federation. They still call it the United States, an old Middle Ages term.
And turns to Lance. Hey, Lieutenant, what's perfidy?
Ooh, that's a great question. Duos, take it away.
And turns to Duos.
Perfidy is when you there's two ways about it. Perfidy is when you fake a surrender to get an advantage over an enemy, or perfidy is requesting a surrender and attacking the surrendering enemy, or well, actually that's just about it.
I heard sometimes if you pretend to be someone you're not, it also counts.
Yes.
Yeah, like if you paint your mobile suit in Titan's colors with a Titan's emblem, and then you go around pretending to be a Titan so that they don't realize you're coming to kill them.
Well,
Technically,
one of the
it
more
it,
famous
it only
cases of
Chevy says, technically speaking, if you paint your mobile suit up like that, but do not engage in hostile activities, it does not count.
one of the most famous examples of perfidy was from the Middle Ages during what they called the Second World War. An old nation from the middle of Europe called Germany, then under a fascist regime called the National Socialists, were losing. after a great alliance landed on the beaches of Normandy, France. During a desperate counterattack, Germany had a division of troops dressed in American uniforms, specifically trained to use American accents and American slang, even chew bubblegum like Americans. Every single German soldier who was caught a part of this regiment was shot as a spy or tried for perfidy and hung.
Yeah, I've heard of it. But I heard World War III was even better.
Oh, they busted out the nukes for that one, right?
Well, that's why the Federation founded, wasn't it?
No.
Yes.
It's the Chev saying that? What are you talking about?
Was it 4?
What wars are you talking about?
I always was told that before the Federation founded, Earth was consumed in constant fighting and nuclear war.
It's not entirely true, but during the later half of the Middle Ages, before the Universal Century, there were quite a few local level conflicts.
That's why Kolo says that the Federation had pacifist ideals at its start.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask about
And
that.
look where that got us.
Didn't the Federation start with an assassination? The history book said that, and I'm gonna flip a coin to see if Drunk Anne pronounces this correctly.
Macaroni. Please say macaroni.
Oh, that's a good idea. I
Marinara.
just don't do that.
Yeah,
That
macaroni.
macaroni guy got assassinated.
What
Hey,
an omen to usher in a new era of peace.
if it was gonna be a new era of peace, why'd we have a military?
Because every nation needs a military.
Not if you're the only nation and you're gonna have a new era of peace.
Ugh,
The-
who cares about nations?
Chevalier actually pipes up and says, "This might not be something taught quite widely in the Federation, but until the UC40s, the FF was quite small. I'm pretty sure Karabo could destroy it in pure numbers if we were to face them up like right now.
Did they have
Yeah,
any good ace pilots I could have fought?
There hadn't been a war in 40
Beyond fighter
years.
pilots, no.
Yeah, we
It
would
was
kick
mostly
their
just a
asses.
peacekeeping force.
We
Ugh.
Yeah, we would kick their asses. We have combat tested veteran pilots, and they don't have anybody. They had peace tested veteran pilots.
Beast.
I heard peace makes you weak.
Patch
Well,
is kind of like curled up where he was sitting. He's just like, is not knowing how to fight because you've known a society that has no desire to fight? Is that really a bad thing?
Yes.
I'll certainly say this much. If there's anything that the war did to Xeon, it is completely ruin it.
Yeah, 'cause we won.
Oh
I would
no.
argue the
The
zombies
drop
took
colonies aren't in charge anymore. Cry me a river.
Then Chev
I'd
stands
say
up.
the zombies
Lieutenant,
ruined.
Ed, I lost 6 brothers during the war, and 9 cousins. You're not the only one who paid their fair share of blood.
Yeah, and I lost my entire family, but I'm not blaming you for it.
My entire town is gone. Every person in my high school graduating class either died in that or they died fighting you. Not one of them is left. I am it.
Duo shifts over and looks at Clyde. Clyde,
What?
Side 2, Bocce 8, Colony 13. You ever hear of it?
This is one of the. It was the. Is it the one that was dropped?
No,
That was
it was
fish.
next to the one that was dropped. And it's gone now. You're not going to hear about the only place you'll hear about it now is in the history books and in casualty reports. I lost most of my family, most of my friends too. That's not even counting the people I lost that lived on Ifish. But am I blaming Chevalier for it? No.
No,
I
'cause he
blame the
didn't do
zombies
it.
for it. And the zombies are dead. The zombies took a forward thinking, modern day philosopher's ideals of a peaceful coexistent society between Earthnoids and Spacenoids and twisted it into a imperial princedom that you would only see in the very early 18th, 16th, 17th, 18th century. We all lost people, but guess what? We're here now and we're here fighting so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. If you keep on looking at Chevalier and seeing the face of the Zabi family, who dropped the colony, who killed people, we are always, and I mean always, going to repeat the mistakes of the past. Chevalier, I forgive you.
He sits back down.
Every one of those Zeeks should have been begging us to fight the rest that were still there. They saw the colony drop. They knew they were wrong, and they kept fighting. I don't remember hearing of single Zeke fighting other Zeeks for anything other than their own gain or petty squabbles. And Colonel Mista is still wearing that butcher's mark all over her uniform like she's proud of it.
Land suddenly pipes up and holds up his hand. Well, there's the Xeon Asylum Corps. There was the who was that one who defected to the Federation? I heard a Xeon Ace defected to the Federal Service at some point. I mean, oh, so it's at least the Xeon Asylum Corps I know about. Those guys were all Zeeks who joined the Earth Federation after the colony dropped.
I'm not supposed to tell you about this, but there were some Zeeks at the lab.
Oh, that's not ominous at all. Land's chuckle.
It
Yeah,
makes sense. They're Titans. They take whatever they want.
Yeah, I thought Titans hated Zeeks. I guess if you're the right Zeke, you're okay to them.
Patch just kind of like sighs and puts his head down and is like, does any of it even fucking matter? Winning or losing any of this shit? Does it even
It does.
mean anything?
Yes, it does
It
matter.
does matter. It's our job to win.
Yeah, I know. And I agree. What I mean is, no matter who wins or loses, everyone fucking loses someone. Everyone has to leave shit behind. Everyone gets hurt. And I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I just,
And
I
gives
just,
Patch a hug.
I just want my dad back.
I want my dad back too.
Clyde, a moment
I
if you
do
would.
too. What'd you say?
Clyde, a moment if you would.
Is it Chev?
Yes.
What?
He stands up if you'd follow me.
False.
Yeah, okay, good. He says, we have to, me and the Colonel, have to live with the shame of what we did in January every day since then. We are on the same side now. I'm trying to make amends for the sake of the mission. You don't have to like me, Clyde, but I do need you to stop antagonizing me.
If she's so sorry about it, why is she still wearing those butcher's marks all over her uniform, her Federation uniform?
And Chev, puts his hands on both of your shoulders, brings back his head, and headbutts you.
Clyde's gonna kind of stumble back and then just like fully charge at him like head first, like into his stomach, and then just start trying to grab at him and just sloppily just trying to make any dent, scratching, punching, anything.
And
Are
then
we
you
sure
hear,
all of this going down?
Clyde, it's so we don't forget. And then the episode ends, unless anyone has something very pertinent to say in this very moment.
Just that if the fight is visible from where everyone else is sitting, and cheers.
Nah, I don't have anything to add other than Patches just sitting there crying. He's having a bad time.
You know, Lance, you really need to stop getting Patch drinking. He always ends up like this.
You should
Willis
get
is
Anne
gonna
to
stand up.
No, actually, that's
Hello?
a pancake. That's too dramatic of a moment to not end off on. So I'm gonna
Fortunately,
call it there.
Anne is a happy drunk.
Yeah, sadly for
Lands
the
is
rest of us.
baffled by the way you all live. Lands looks at you all and goes, "Damn, you all live like this."
Damn, damn, bitch, you live like this?